Good morning and welcome back to the second day of the National Seminar, Reforms in Higher Education Post-NEP 2020, Challenges and Opportunities, organized by IQAC of Al-Ameen College in association with UGC HRDC, University of Kerala. So before we begin our formal session, let's seek Almighty's blessing. Request all of you to rise for a silent prayer. Kindly be seated. We begin our first technical session of the day, inclusion of NEP parameters in AQAR and SSR. This session will be led by Professor Dr. Harry Cletus, retired principal, St. Albert's College, Ernakulam. It's a privilege to have you here, sir. Welcome to Al-Ameen College. Before we start the talk, I invite Assistant Professor Reza Nesrin, Department of Business Administration, to introduce the speaker to the gathering.
A very good morning to one and all present here. I take this golden opportunity to stand before you on behalf of Al-Ameen College, and it's my pleasure to deliver a welcome speech for today's session. First and foremost, I welcome, in his absence, respected Dr. Junaid Rahman sir, Manager, Al-Ameen College, who is always our greatest source of inspiration. With great pleasure, I welcome our Principal, Dr. Sini Kurian ma'am, who is our constant pillar of support through it all. On the day 2 of our seminar, we all are much excited for today's session on inclusion of NEP parameters in AQAR and SSR. And I'm sure that we are really fortunate enough to get the most suitable personality for the same. Professor Harry Cletus sir is the former principal, St. Albert's College, Ernakulam, who served as a faculty in the Department of Zoology. He is the ambassador of Paramesh scheme of NEP, and he is an expert in the NEP accreditation process, and with his expertise, he has developed academic and administrative audit format for colleges in association with IPSR solutions. Also, he has designed curricular syllabus for postgraduate programs in forensic science and aquaculture. It is an honor to have you here, sir. With utmost respect, on behalf of this institution, we welcome you, sir, to this event. And we are eagerly waiting for your session. Last but not the least, I welcome all the participants from various institutions who have gathered here to attend this seminar, and all the participants of our institution also. Warm greetings to everyone. I hope that this session will be very productive and interesting, so that the next few hours will be very fruitful for your future ventures. Once again, welcoming you all to the day 2 of our national seminar. Thank you all.
Yes.
Good morning. Just now, the teacher who has introduced me actually she was mentioning that people who are sitting here are so excited to hear this 1.5 hours of deliberation on assessment process. But I cannot find that excitement on their face. Now it is okay. Perhaps while we were coming this side, your principal was mentioning that today is a holiday. Happened to be a holiday, that is Saturday. And usually our holidays are rather lethargic in our approach. So don't sleep. I hope that you have slept yesterday peacefully. So at least for an hour, I won't take more than 1 hour, because I was cautioned by the person who had invited me that I should take only just 60 minutes. And once that 60 minutes was over, just take a shot. Okay, I'll confine mine to 60 minutes. But I congratulate you that you have selected one of the most relevant topics an academic should discuss these days. The relevance of national education policy, which is being implemented over a period of time. I'm not a stranger to this institution. Long years back, some 25 years back, I was here in this campus as an evaluator for some examinations. And after a long stretch, again I'm having this opportunity to come to this place. Actually, I was just wondering, in a period of just 2 decades, the changes that has taken place in this campus. Excellent. And I have realized a short profile of your institution. Very good. And as such, we are all academicians. And you know that in the last 2 years, we are having a national education policies in place. And within the 60 minutes allotted to me, I can only give you an outline of what is going to happen next year, or from next year onwards. This is going to be a reality in future. So before I begin, I'd like to know from your heart, how many of you have gone through the entire national education policy? Please raise your hands. Yes, principal said yes. That number is very low. We are all academicians, and the national education policy has been put forward for us teachers. Whether you are in a primary school segment or in a higher education segment, the national education policy is set for us to understand and to proceed with. But unfortunately, wherever I go and have a deliberation, an interactive meeting like this, most of the teachers say, well, no, so far we have not gone through that. Today itself, please, my earnest request is, because I see a large number of young faces here, this is going to be one of the best profession this country can offer. And this is a career like I will go in the next phase of my presentation. Why I am telling you like this? When I joined my institution, St. Albert's College, in 1984, there was absolutely no accountability at that time. I have to admit, I come from an academic family. My father was a principal. He retired as the additional director of collegiate education. My mother was also a professor. My sister retired as a principal. My wife recently she retired as a professor in the real sense. As a professor. My brother-in-law, he is a PhD holder and he is pursuing a business, he is doing a business instead. So I come from an academic family, and all the vibrations, I can feel the changes that are happening in our profession. And this is going to be the best profession you can have in India. So at that time, 1984, 35 years back, when I joined my institution, we were having only just one objective. As per the timetable that is given to you, you go to a classroom, blast for 1 hour, nobody will listen to you. If at all there is somebody in the classroom, they will listen to you. That's all. There was absolutely no accountability at that time. And at that time in 1984-85, I also thought of going for something else. The profession. I thought, no, there won't be any future for me in this profession. But gradually, it turned out to be different. A different story. Totally different story. Now you are having a situation where coming late for just 1 minute may be the end of your career. There are institutions like that in Kerala. You can't believe that, the changes that are taking place. But you have to see that all over India as a perspective, the whole country. Yesterday you might have heard about it, that the education system in our country was totally fragmented. The system which prevails in the northeastern states were totally different. What actually you see in Uttar Pradesh will be totally different. Karnataka, every state, there was no common platform. And every now and then, in 1956, in 80s, 90s and all, people started talking about a common platform through an education policy. But nothing happened. But today, a national education policy is in place. And definitely, if you ask me, what is my opinion on the continuation of this policy, 100% I can tell you, this policy will be put into place. And gradually, day by day, things are changing. In the academic segment, things are changing day by day. You can notice that. I don't know what is happening with other states. No, I have my own restrictions. But in the state of Kerala, I can see. Yesterday also, there are some more directive that has come from UGC regarding autonomy. So like that, day by day changes are happening. But how these changes are going to affect personally onto a teacher, that is our concern. How we should change according to the changes that are going to take place in the entire scenario. That is exactly what we are going to discuss for next 1 hour. But I cannot go into the details. I can just give you only an outline of what we people do in a larger context. I can only give you just the outline of what actually is proposed to do. As I told you, 35 years back, there was absolutely no accountability. The only objective was to teach, come off that. But now things have changed. You see, the shift has happened in the last 30 years. Yeah, what are the simple items? What are the simple items? If you want to grow further in your profession, there are stages of assessment, which is in place now. We are having a holistic approach. Rather than transacting knowledge, you have to look into the social needs. You have to look into the personal needs of the student. You have to look into even certain other aspects concerning an young individual. So this is going to be a holistic profession, teaching. Basically, that is the objective of this particular profession. But still, so far we never cared. We thought that, especially in the state of Kerala, we were competing on research, nothing else. That's a fact. Colleges, institutions were competing nothing else than research. The total percentage of pass, That was the only concern. And even for parents, the only concern was the percentage of marks that child can get through in the summary examination. Correct? That is a bare fact. But now it has shifted from just one objective of transacting knowledge into a holistic approach, where you have to look into knowledge transaction, mentoring, extension, research, extracurricular support, and also you are required to do some other administrative activities. If I ask you, what are these other administrative activities? Nobody is aware of that. I don't know. You just tell me. That is the situation that should change. That is exactly what you call teacher empowerment, which is one attribute very much required in the national education policy. Since most of you remain calm, nobody raised their arm, I'll just go through just 3 slides on what actually is this national education policy. See, the entire national education policy, it works out to be something that revolves around just one attribute, that is called teacher empowerment. Empowering a teacher. So in the state of Kerala, when you travel all along from Kasaragod to Neyatankara, when you visit colleges, one particular thing which you can note among ourselves, the academic group, we think that we are the ultimate segment that has acquired every skill that is required. But that is a major mistake which we commit. Again, we are not introspecting ourselves. What actually we do is, we are analyzing some other segments, rather than analyzing us. So these are the various attributes pertaining to teacher empowerment that is required for national education policy. Understanding your institution, the basic thing. This is only an eye-opener. How many of us are aware of the learning outcomes of our own institution? How many of us are aware of the mission and vision of our institution? Just think of that. So we should try to understand our own family first, our own organization first. Because when I was retiring in 2016, I never heard of anything on outcome-based education. Because at that time, there was nothing mentioned about outcome-based education in 2016 when I retired. But now, things are gradually shifting. Formerly that was confined to engineering institutions because of some Washington Agreement and all, leave it. But now, things are just shifting to the evaluation of the learning outcomes of the institution. Every institution has a stated set of learning outcomes. And there is a process by which you are evaluating the learning outcomes and make corrective measures. Already that is in place. And what actually we do now, this is an introspection. That's why I am telling you, what actually we do now, we make some alternate arrangements only for the sake of assessment. That is true. Only for the sake of assessment, we make some alternate arrangements. But that should not be the process. What actually we should do is, there should be a stated mechanism there should be a mechanism which we should follow to assess, to analyze the learning outcomes of every student and the institution as a whole, and to make corrective measures. And this is going to be in place. Like that, you just read that, you see. These are areas where, as a teacher, we should equip ourselves to perform ourselves as a teacher. We have to look into. Because because there is a collection of teachers from two different streams where we call ourselves as an aided teacher, the other set they are ad hoc teachers or they are in the self-funded segment. Of course, whatever it may be, once the national education policy comes into effect 100%, that particular distinction may go. You will be appointed for a period, a tenure track will be there. Things like that are going to happen. It's some 30 years back, when I remember there was a time when refresher courses were introduced in Kerala. Refresher course. That was in 1989. We were supposed to go to attend some 3 or 4 refresher courses. And these refresher courses was only for what you call subject advancement. Now 21 days and some expert will come daily. They will have some deliberations and now people have started talking, smiling. I know what has happened with your refresher courses. The same thing at that time, what happened to me, that will be repeated now also. At 21 days, then a certificate will be given to you. At that time in 1989, when the refresher courses were introduced in Kerala, we all reacted, no, we won't go for refresher courses. Because at that time, academically we were so, we all belong to that upper strata. But there is no need for a refresher courses for us. But unfortunately after 2 months, our salary was cut. Then everybody started for refreshing courses. Refreshing courses, you see. And you just stay there for 21 days and after 21 days they will give you a certificate file. What happened with that? 21 days, total wastage. The same thing is being followed now, but things are going to be totally different. And over the last 10 years or 20 years, UGC came up with the assessment process, that is NEP. Then from the refresher courses, everything started focusing on to NEP assessment. Any college, any time you go, people start talking about NEP. Everything was, even your academic administrative audit is based on NEP criteria. What is this? So that situation of assessing the quality of the institution. Now we are assessing the quality of the, I am an assessor, an ACT PhD member. When you go to the institution, what actually you assess? The quality of the institution. That is reflected to a set of questions. Okay? That is exactly what is happening now. But from next year, I will show you the slide, things are going to change. The NEP people will assess your quality individually by asking the student. Now you are having a mechanism called student-teacher evaluation. Okay? Now we will form and now answer that is going to be discontinued, that process. I will show you. Have you seen the new proposals of NEP? The criteria-wise proposals that is going to be effective from next year? All these things will come. Then student-teacher evaluation you need not take, NEP people will take directly from Delhi or Bangalore. They will send the questionnaire to the student, then the student will assess. Now what is happening? You ask all the students to come in one place. This is an introspection. I told you this is an introspection. That is why we are all discussing all these kind of things. You ask all the students to come over to one place. So they will be sitting here, computers will be provided. Question number 1. You press the first button or put the first tick. Then you can see the score, 3.9, we have reached 3.9. Then all of a sudden it goes to 3.88. Somebody has pressed the wrong button. Who has done that? This happened last week in one of the colleges and I was a witness to that. See the mockery of the show? NEP assessment, quality assessment. All these things will change in a matter of another 1 year. And the national education policy, just 3 slides. The national education policy can be concluded in this 15 different attributes, like right from the autonomy to affiliated colleges. It has come very recently, 2 days back in Kerala. I don't know about the other states, but in Kerala, they are going to implement autonomy to institutions. If you are willing, if your management is willing, provided you should be having an A grade. Okay. And then the pros and cons is something different. You have to decide. You are the best people to decide, your institution. But still, it is coming up one by one. Academic bank of credits, already it is in place. New regulatory bodies, already it is in place. Multiple entry and exit, already it is in place. But normally a question comes, is it something new to our country? All these 15 things that has been introduced through national education policy, are these things new to our country? No. All these things, the requirements of the education policy that is in place from 1986 onwards in some of the universities. There is an IGNOU study center functioning from this campus. If you go through the rules and regulations of Indira Gandhi National Open University, most of the things are included. This is not something new. But we don't know what is happening. That is a funny part. See, in education system, what we are having now as an affiliated body, gradually it becomes autonomous. This institution, in a matter of another 10 years, this Al-Ameen college can be an autonomous body. If your management is willing, but suppose you ask me in between or from any other institutions, my sincere advice is go for autonomy. But none of the institutions that have been granted autonomy in Kerala is not functioning in its true sense. I have to tell you like that. None of the institutions that have been granted autonomy, including my host institution, is not functioning in its true sense. Why that is so? There are so many things which you can discuss in between. But ultimately, some of the finest institutions may be autonomous, and finally they will gradually enter into a degree awarding institution. Ernakulam City in Cochin City, 2 of the institutions in a matter of just 1 year, they will be transformed into an awarding institution. It can be a deemed university or something else, whatever it may be. So that is the focus. Our situation in that context, where actually we stand. An institution that is having the age-old system of affiliation from an university with all sorts of restrictions. What will be our future? See, from a totally fragmented system, a rigid separation among disciplines, all these things, you see, which is in place today. If an arts student, he cannot go for science. But in IGNOU it is possible. In an open university system it is possible. So this is not at all a new proposition. It is already in place. And as a teacher, how many of us have realized that such a system exists in our country? To factor level. See, all these things. But there are some notable changes that is going to happen. The UGC will be gone, the NEP will be gone, and all these things will be aggregated into just one particular body. an assessment body, a national assessment council or things like that. At that time, in a matter of another 1 year, the whole process may change. And are we prepared for that? That should be our concern. See, to promote the students' holistic development. At the same time, when you look into the holistic development of the student, what about the holistic development of each and every one of us? When you talk about the skill development of the student, what is the degree of skill development as far as a teacher is concerned? When a student goes for a multidisciplinary concept, when a student takes up technology, when you look into the assessment process, there is a module where you have to write on the introduction of ICT in the campus. Okay? Then you will start writing on the Wi-Fi system of the institution, the internet that is being provided in the institution. These are all basic things. How far a teacher is empowered to use ICT? To what extent are you trained for the purpose? In a seminar like this, you are having a mechanism where you have put up a laptop like this, and I asked this gentleman to put the laptop onto my table. I have connected my USB, then something comes on the screen. But this is not the concept. When you go to a classroom, there won't be anything else except a smartboard. How many of us are well versed with using a smartboard? Simple thing. Have you trained for the purpose? National Education Policy, if you read the National Education Policy, you can see that it gives emphasis on the use of technology in teaching and learning process. And moreover, to a larger extent, evaluation process also. So how far the teacher, that is a simple thing. How many of us sitting here? We may think, the people may start thinking, so why should I get trained on smartboard? What is this smartboard? No, I don't use a smartboard. That is wrong. That concept is wrong. Because when you are asked to explain on ICT usage, the first thing, smartboards. I know there are places where when you put up a seminar or a workshop like this, an interactive session, there won't be any of these kind of gadgets around you, but only a smartboard. But if you are not well versed with using that, how far the teachers are trained for the digital content development? When we talk about ICT, how far the teachers know about cloud computing? Even in Cochin City, I can show you a professional college, a medical college that uses a 3D printer, a 3D printer. See, our teachers oh, these are all things. It is only a matter of 28,000 rupees. It is only a matter of 28,000 rupees. But the impact that particular gadget can make on learning process is totally different, especially in biological subjects. But these are things that comes into force. And National Education Policy emphasizes on putting technology in place and how far the teachers are going to be empowered on technology. But now what happens is, when NEP puts in a metric, what are the ICT facilities that are provided in your campus? We used to write on the facilities like, what do you call, Wi-Fi, something that is fixed onto the roof, a laptop, things like that. Where do we stand? We are exposing our ignorance. That is why the authorities of the institution should realize the areas that are required for teacher empowerment. If proper teacher training is given to its employees, to the staff members, definitely that institution will progress. That is exactly what I have seen from my own experience as a teacher for 35 years. What I did in my life as a principal, as also vice principal of college for nearly 8 years, what I did was I tried to empower my teachers, giving specific trainings on areas that are required. I have shown you one slide that our profession has become holistic. Extension work. What is extension work? People don't know. That's a fact. When we talk about extension, we realize, we just think that we know what is extension. Who are you to teach me what is extension? But if you go deeper into that particular attribute, extension work, it is not cleaning your premises. Blood donation, it is an extension work. Okay, fine. But you are working in a higher education institution, and what that is expected from you is something different. I have visited one institution in Malappuram where the college has developed an Android application for detection of emerging diseases. Beautiful. As an extension work. They are having a collaboration with the district medical council so that that Android application is put into place on an experimental purpose. What is the college? So that is the vision, the way in which an extension activity is carried out by the institution. Other time, in the wife in the college, because there are people sitting here who is well known to my wife. Before I stop, the message will go to my wife. Things will be totally different when I reach back home. But whatever it may be, I can tell you, the NEP process was going on last month. They have mentioned extension work, blood donation. Some hair was cut and given to some patients, things like that. What is this? These are called small things, you see. Whereas you are representing an institution of higher education, going for 4th or 5th cycle of assessment. And this is the level which you have reached. As far as that small attribute is concerned, extension, no. So something that is required from your part, that benchmark should be much more higher. That is exactly what I mean. Did you get my point? But we should rise to a certain level of our professional dignity. I was involved in a national survey some 10 years back because my brother was the vice chairman to a particular board, a planning board in Delhi. So he put me in charge of a national survey. We went through a national survey. It took nearly 1.5 years to complete that survey. The outcome was something fantastic, I should say. That the whole teacher community, if you take all over India, 100% of the teachers were having a postgraduate degree, honor law. More than 51% in a national perspective were having PhDs, a PhD degree. But if you take the profession, a medical profession, only 28% were having higher degree than MBBS. You see the difference? Only 25% were having, as far as the engineering segment is concerned, only 25% were having higher degrees. And when it comes to administrative work, Indian Administrative Service, only 30% was having higher degrees. The rest were having only degrees. Degree which see the difference. So we should be in the position to command others. Whereas what happens now is, people who are having just a degree, they are commanding us. and we are very subtle to that. We are satisfied with what we have. ഇന്നത്തെ ഡേയുടെ ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻസ് എന്താണെന്ന് അറിയാമോ? അബ്ദുൽ കലാം ജനിക്കാണ്ടിരിക്കുക ചെയ്തത്. ഇന്നത്തെ today's International Students' Day. That happened to be Dr. Kalam's birthday. You see, Dr. Kalam said, your vision, he mentioned about the vision of an individual. But there should be a concrete vision. And that vision should be having a benchmark as far as any institution is concerned. And that comes only through proper deliberations and experience and training. And that is exactly what is expected. Here, now what we are going to see is, over the last 10-15 years, this is exactly what is happening in every institution. Is it true? Now, we talk about the NEP, 7 criteria: curriculum, inferred, things like that, governance. Ultimately, it ends up with a best practice. What practice? Best practice. Nobody knows what is the practice, but there are some best practices. Institutional distinctiveness. Principal doesn't know what is the institutional distinction. Manager is totally ignorant of that. He is more concerned about things like that, starting new programs which can fetch some money and things like that. Because it happens everywhere. It's not a joke. But as far as NEP is concerned, you have to write 1,000-word this thing for institutional distinctiveness, otherwise you lose your grade. Then what the principal and the coordinator will do? They will ask all the heads of the departments should submit an institutional this thing, and the rest will be taken for publishing in the SSR. The biggest folly which we make. The best practice, nobody has identified any best practice. I am seeing this. Over the last 5 years, I am seeing this is a bare fact. Why this has happened? Because all these criteria have been put in place by NEP. And everybody is running after the numbers. That institution has come up with 30 certificate courses, so I will have 35. That institution has conducted 35 extensions. 200 extension work. We will go beyond that 200. We will make it 500. Then a communique will go to all the departments. Within the next 4 months or 5 months, every department should conduct 25 extension activities. Every department should conduct 2 FDPs. Nobody is bothered about the quality. Quality you just ignore. We want a certificate that you have conducted the program. And that is going to end in a matter of another 1 year. You see? In a matter of just 1 year, these kind of things are going to be written off. Instead of assessing the institution, why you are coming this side? All of a sudden, he stood up and he was coming this side. Anything can happen, you see. Yeah? Because that gentleman may not like what I was proposing. And sensitive situations, you see. Sensitive situations. Last week, what a teacher
something is going to happen within 1 year,
Teacher, I congratulate you. നമ്മുടെ മലയാളികൾ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ കുഴപ്പമെന്നറിയോ? ഒന്നും അറിയാൻ പാടില്ലെങ്കിൽ ഭയങ്കര എനിക്കല്ല ഒരു ചുക്കും അറിയാൻ പാടുന്ന മുഖത്തൊക്കെ അറിയാൻ മനസ്സിലായോ? എന്തെങ്കിലും കാര്യം ചോദിച്ചാൽ ഞാനൊരു PhD മെമ്പറാണ്, വളരെ കോളേജസിൽ പോകുന്നതാണ്. ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ പല സ്റ്റേറ്റിൽ നിന്നുള്ള ആൾക്കാരുള്ളതുകൊണ്ട് മലയാളത്തിൽ പറയാം, അവർക്ക് മനസ്സിലാവില്ലെന്ന് വിചാരിച്ചിട്ടാണ്. അപ്പൊ അവിടെ ചെല്ലുമ്പോൾ what happens is, respected sir, you are from?
I'm from Delhi.
Delhi, fine. You know why I am speaking in Malayalam? So so that you cannot understand. But what happens is, you go to some other states, no? Especially Delhi and all. I was mentioning about St. Stephen's College, where I worked for 4 months. Beautiful institution. Have you been to St. Stephen's?
Yes.
Fantastic institution. But what happens is, you go to other states, you put up something like this, then the interaction will be so exciting. Expressivity of teachers are excellent. That is what I have felt. When you go as a PAT member, there will be an interaction with the teachers, you know that, correct? Especially in southern states, what happens is, yes, if you put something for your opinion, as a PAT member, we are there to hear from you. Think of that situation when nobody speaks out. In that context, I appreciate you, teacher. At least you showed that ability to speak out. Expressivity of the teacher is very low. When you go home, you look at the mirror and analyze yourself. So many things will come out. So many things will come out. Our expressivity, all these things should be in place. As far as a teacher is concerned, you know the professional skills of a teacher, I'll show you that. Because these are certain criteria, certain things. Let us leave that because already 1 hour is gone and I'm having only just 20 minutes to spare. These are the 7 criteria and this was the major hurdle in our progression. Everybody started thinking in terms of NAC, and the number game has started. That number game has brought down the level of progression to excellence. Sometimes you may be having A+ or A++ grade, but what about the quality of the teacher? That is exactly why new proposals have come in place. You might have seen that. I am only showing you just to refresh your memories. I know most of you might have seen that. See, these are the new set of, based on the National Education Policy. This has already published, this has already been published in your NAC website. These some of the words, just read. Educatedness. Just for one example. Educatedness. Dictionary നോക്കേണ്ടി വരും എന്താണ് ഈ സാധനം. ഇപ്പൊ തന്നെ ആ ചിരിയൊക്കെ പോയി. Educatedness എന്താ വലിയ പഠിത്തമില്ല എന്ന് പറയേണ്ടി വരില്ലേ അവർക്ക് സാറ് ഉറക്കമല്ലോ ഇല്ലേ? What is educatedness? You are a teacher for the last 30 years. You have completed 17 years of your formal education. Then you took another 5 years in higher education. Then you have completed 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years for acquiring a doctoral degree. The level of getting educated depends on various social factors and how far you have conveyed the degree of your education to the next generation. That is educatedness. The degree by which you can convey that message. It is not knowledge transaction. Education and teaching are totally different. That distinction so far we have not made. The present context in NAC assessment, we are assessing the quality of the institution in an institutional perspective. When you conduct a student satisfaction survey in NAC, as on today, a set of 21 questions are given to the student and these 21 questions pertain to the quality of the institution. You are conducting a student-teacher evaluation, just like what we do for student satisfaction survey. A teacher will stand in front of the students who are doing that student-teacher evaluation. Then the student will think, suppose if I write something else, the teacher will catch me. And for my formative assessment, he will do something. So that will affect my summative assessment. So it is better that I put good, good, good and good. That era is gone. Take it from me. What that is going to happen from next year? If they are going to adopt all these things, how far your professional skills are exhibited? Can any one of you tell me how many professional skills are recognized for a teacher? There can be subsidiaries. The total number of recognized professional skills that are required for a teacher. You see that? Professional skills. How far these skills are expressed by the individual? Number professional skills. Professional skill. See the difference. And from that institutional quality assessment, a day will come when you will be assessed personally and you will be graded as an accredited teacher and a non-accredited teacher. And a non-accredited teacher. The person sitting next to you will be an accredited teacher. Take it from me, in a matter of 365 days, this will come into effect. That is why they are proposing all these kind of things. The mechanism of assessment is also over. The prototype has come out. And this is for the betterment of the society. This is what you call teacher empowerment. Are you prepared for this? If not, you have to. The college authorities should take care that teachers are given proper guidance and training on all these aspects. Educatedness is something that has come to you as a personal attribute over the last 20-25 years of training, and that is something which you are conveying that to your student. That is education. When you complain about the way in which the student take food in the canteen, the canteen to fire, normally I can see, I have seen my teachers coming to me and they are complaining, see, the way in which that students are taking food, spoiling that entire table. I said, it is only because of you. You are responsible for that. Have you given proper training to the student? The way in which that student should take food in the canteen? No. Then what have you done for orientation of the student? What message have you conveyed? How to behave in the canteen? How to behave in the library? Rather than giving some moral principles. Have you exhibited some professional skill in that as a teacher? And nobody looks into that. That is the biggest drawback of the process of selection of teachers. I don't mean any other state, but especially in the state of Kerala. We constitute a board, we constitute a board where there is a government nominee who comes for a TA and DA, the other person will come, the subject expert, a very senior person who has studied zoology some 25, 30, 40 years back. Then a manager will be there who will be totally unaware of what is happening. Principal will be of another subject and things ahead of the department. And interview is conducted. Only 10, 20 marks, if I am correct, are given to the expressivity of the teacher. What happens is, for that 20 marks, the subject expert will ask you questions. A student who is coming, a candidate who is coming for the interview will be academically that much proficient. Right? 85-90% mark with degree, all these kind of net, PhD, everything will be having. But unfortunately, this good old gentleman will be having that age-old MSc. And he is questioning. That is a farce. Nobody looks into the professional qualities that are required for a teacher. You will ask that teacher to take a 5 or 15 minutes class, a lecture, using a whiteboard kept in the interview room, and the teacher will go there peacefully and he will make some noise, that's all. Are you looking into the professional skills of the teacher? When an interview is conducted, there it starts. Even if you select a person like that, and if you find that such and such corrective measure is required, a good interview board will note down and corrective measures are initiated. I will show you the slide, how that is being carried out. In colleges in Kerala, I have seen. So all these attributes, educatedness, how far you educate a student and how far it has become effective. They will put a question to the student, questionnaire to the student, instead of putting a student satisfaction survey. So by that time you will be late to start today itself. My honest advice. അന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾ പറയുമായിരുന്നു ചില കാര്യങ്ങൾ. ഇന്ന് ഞാൻ പറയാം, എൻ്റെ staff members, before I retired in 2014, when my time is over, please tell me. In 2014, I could appoint around 45 newcomers in St. Albert's College. All the seniors have gone. 45. ഞാൻ വന്നിട്ട് അവരോട് പറഞ്ഞു, you do one thing. You work hard. Get into all sorts of extra administrative activities if possible. Because you are going to be assessed every 2 years. Is it so? Hello. Here also it is applicable. I said. Around 45 of them in 14-15. You know what happened? I was keeping a tenure track for all the staff members. There is a software for that. So whenever a person comes in front of me, automatically the face is recognized, the screen will come up. So I'll get all the details. Because the students are fabricating all these things in innovation centers. They are very much required, component. Nowadays in colleges, UGC also insists that you should be having an innovative center. I can tell you, one of the institutions where I am also collaborating with their assessment work, the innovation center has come out with RFID and a face recognition system. Students, I don't know how it is functioning in this campus. But still, I am going to this is 10%, or 4 or 5 of them never cared. No. You know what to do. Of course, I don't want to put in any compulsion. Why should I? Why should I? It is their fate, their life. But you see, over the last 6 months, whenever I go back to my house, I can see 3 or 4 of them standing by my gate with a certificate. Sir, please sign this. We need this for our career advancement. Every 2 years you are having an assessment. ഞാൻ അവരോട് പറഞ്ഞതാണ് ഈ കാര്യം നിങ്ങൾ ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചോളണം. ഇതിനകത്ത് എല്ലാവരും അത് കേട്ടു. And some of these people, they got promotions in the right possible manner. They ഏറ്റവും നന്നായിട്ട് ചെയ്തത് my own wife. Where I was a failure. My father was an academician. My father used to tell my wife, do it, don't postpone. If you want training, you ask your manager or principal and go for a training. She did that. And she is among one of the very few in the state who got professorship. In St. Xavier's College, Alva, just nearby 4 kilometers from here. Before she retired, because opportunities are many. That is exactly what I told you. This is one of the best professions you can have in India. Even I could not achieve that. At that time there were no procession. Of course, I never tried. This is the major drawback of our professional resource. We are waiting for the last minute to come. By that time you will be late. So my sincere advice, the information which I have gathered so far, things will change in a matter of 1 year. And for the senior category people, they don't bother, you see. But life is yours. People who are having more than 10 years of service, take it from me. If you do not change now, you will be in soup. 100%. That is one of the major drawbacks in our colleges. The divide between the senior and the junior. There should not be a divide between the senior and the junior. Everybody is an entity as an academician. So take it in that stride. Still I am a learner. Al-Ameen College, this is a learning process for me. That is exactly why I have come over here. But see, this is going to happen from next year. And these are the areas that have been proposed. But the proposal is irregular. This is required for your profession. So try to get trained on your professional skills. And also in various aspects that have been mentioned here. Okay. So what we will do is, in the limited context, we will just look into just one parameter of various areas that has been proposed by NEP. And that is in the national perspective because the proposed criteria, it is based on the national education policy that is in place. That is why the changes are being proposed. This assessment pattern is also being finalized in Bangalore. When it comes, you can record all these things if you start today. In the first report that is going to be glazed by around March or May next year. See, education can be said to be a process through which a society or individual passes on accumulated knowledge, not the subject knowledge, everything, exactly what I have told you. When a student takes food in the canteen, that we have conducted an orientation program for the student. What orientation? You might have given some moral advices. Who need your moral advices? It is your guidance that is required. The way in which you perform, the way in which you behave in the library. We are not teaching them. We are not educating them. But as an educator, we are supposed to do that. And that is exactly what the NEP people will inquire with the student. Whether your teachers have taught you these kind of things? No. A teacher But these are things which we should look into in a realistic manner, especially the youngsters. Right from the way in which you dress, it's important. You know that? You are standing in front of a crowd, a sensitive group, who are watching you. And they will take it from you to exhibit that particular attribute in their life. The way in which you dress. The way in which people come to engage a session. Sir, you belong to an old group. This is a new era. What new era? And these are all areas which somebody should be there to guide you. In that context, your attire, so many things will come into force. See, when it happens to be the first year of your appointment, normally that year is called probation period. When it applies to a permanent teacher, probation period. What happens in the probation period? What is that word stands for probation? What is the true meaning of that probation? If you are selected from an Indian administrative service, you are required to undergo 1.5 years of intensive training. Because of training. Why there is a need of training? Because you are not trained during your formal education period. That is why an extra period for training is required as a national waste. And as far as our profession is concerned, the first year we call that probation period. This probation period that is the period of 1 year where you are getting ready for next 30-35 years. How far that is being executed in the campus? The so-called teachers who are expressing in a right manner, what sort of education, what sort of training that you have been undergone in your campus, in your parent institution. So you can get it down. Can a realistic factor? You just see this. The 1 year of probation period, normally principal manager will leave you probation declaring that you become permanent. Then you are free. Then you can sleep peacefully. Those days are gone. But see this. There are institutions that are following this in a specific manner. This is my module. The module may be different from institution to institution. But by the time they complete their profession, that probation period, these teachers will be holistic teachers. They know exactly what they are supposed to do in the right sense. What are things that are required? What are things that are required? But unfortunately, in most of the institutions, such a training module never exists. Just imagine, just one particular attribute, the expression of your professional skills. How far you are trained for that? So there should be an existing system in the campus where all these modules are taken one by one and specific training are extended to every staff member. And by the time you complete that period of probation, you will be holistically prepared for your professional teaching. And this is exactly what the National Education Policy proposes. A national forum is being constituted for the purpose. Now over the past 1.5 years, NEP has done away with going into a metric mentoring. But this happens to be a component that is very much required for an educational system, in a campus, in an educational institution. Why that is required? Because as a teacher, when you teach an undergraduate student, when you are standing in front of an undergraduate group People are coming from different circles. The social attributes differ. That balancing mechanism will never happen in the society. But it is from the campus, the education institution, that balancing mechanism should come out. And that comes out only through mentoring. This is my experience. I never go through hypothetical models. What all things I propose, what all things I put in front, it comes out, it is the result of my experience. But the way in which that mentoring process, very simple. The way in which that is being conducted in institutions, that is not the actual mechanism that is being followed. And that is one reason there should be an integrated system of training the teachers. And the National Education Policy, in that context, already that has been published. And they have called for nominations from all over the country where they are going to have a national pool, just like the pool of assessors. And mentoring will be carried out by this pool of mentors. And they can be coming to the institutions, they will teach the others on the process of mentoring. Just one example. See the array of areas that are required as far as a teacher is concerned. And are we getting trained on all these? We were discussing about today morning on certificate programs. National Education Policy, if you go through that, you can see that institutions are permitted to start online programs or courses. But when you start an online program or a course, you have to design your own syllabus. Are you trained for that purpose? Now what happens is a game of numbers. Rajagiri has 30 courses. So we also can put 45 courses. So we will be in front of Rajagiri. Things like that should not happen. Every staff member of the institution should be in a position to design a program. Why I am telling is this is only from my own experience. I am a zoologist, a zoology and a microbiologist. I have designed one program in St. Albert's which is running in a very paka manner now. You won't believe. Embassy in Space Science. And then I am a zoologist basically. I have designed one program, a 3-year curriculum for MSc Space Science. It is possible for you. If I can do it, very well you can do it. But how that MSc Space Science program was designed, I never went for any training purpose or anything of that sort. But I spent nearly 1 month in the University of Pune. They are having a particular cell for system designing, program, curriculum or syllabus design. At that time also we never heard of this outcome-based education. So now that is being integrated into the curriculum. So there is a mechanism for development of curriculum, a step-by-step rubricated mechanism, which has to be trained for the teachers. So all this, starting from the induction to the accreditation and others, there should be a scheduled log frame, the way in which you should extend training. And finally, the operational phase and the evaluation, the outcome of that training. By next 365 days, if what we have discussed so far comes into place, all these things should be a necessity for your individual accreditation. This is only a spectrum which I have because we have developed a module for each and every component. For example, what that is required for a professional skill of a teacher. How the teacher can be trained or exposed to at least. One attribute, example, I can tell you. Critical thinking. Critical thinking. Everywhere, in any institution, you can see it is written, critical thinking. But what actually is critical thinking? We never look into that. Communication. What about the modes of communication? We never look into that. Expressivity. We never look into that. There are specific modules by which every teacher can be trained for the purpose, for that attribute, in a matter of 1 month or 1.5 months. Very simple. And that is something which the college authority has to look into and put in place. Okay. So when you go in for an attribute, what actually I thought of was to give you an exposure into the teaching and learning process an undergraduate institution should look into. If you look into these two, the current criteria, a set of criteria, and also the proposed criteria that has been put forward, the attributes are the same. The way in which the assessment process is going to take place, that will be quite different. So if, I don't know whether I am permitted to speak more because already it is 11:40. There was some more time to delay after it is already 1.5 hours. So what I think is I will stop with this. Otherwise, if I go into the next attribute of teaching, learning and evaluation, because that takes a long period of time, a substantial period of time, so that within that 1.5, the permitted time is over.
Almost time to take, sir.
Yeah?
Almost time.
It will take another 1.5. Then you people will throw me out.
Sir, actually, another day, can you
That we will think of later, you see. You cannot predict. God Almighty knows whether you will exist tomorrow or not. Hello. Sir, please.
Actually, paper presentations are there.
Yeah, that is exactly what I am. Because
Otherwise, people will.
another resource person has come. I should not waste time. Because the thing is, in short,
But sir, last slide, last slide you showed some. No, that is not that.
Before that.
Yeah, this one. 1 minute, sir.
and the thing is, if you are interested in having modules of any of these trainings, I can give you. This is not a big issue. The only thing is you have to follow. Because നമ്മുടെ ടീച്ചേഴ്സിനുള്ള ഏറ്റവും വലിയൊരു സംഗതി എന്താണെന്ന് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കാണുന്നതെല്ലാം വേണമെന്ന് പറയും. മനസ്സിലായോ? പക്ഷെ അത് മേടിച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പിന്നെ ഒന്നും ചെയ്യൂല. നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ നേരത്തെ വി ഹാഡ് എ ഡിസ്കഷൻ ഓൺ സ്റ്റുഡന്റ് ടീച്ചർ ഇവാലുവേഷൻ. ഈ ഇവാലുവേഷൻ സാധനം മേടിച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമ്മൾ എന്ത് ചെയ്യും? അത് എവിടെയെങ്കിലും പൊതിഞ്ഞേണ്ടി വെക്കുക. അതായത് പിന്നെ അത് പറ്റൂല. The same thing applies. You see? ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ ഈ സ്ലൈഡുകളിലെല്ലാം ഞാൻ ഹാരിന്ന് പേര് കുത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിന് കാരണം എന്താണെന്നറിയാം? ഞാൻ ഒരു ദിവസം ഒരു സ്ഥലത്ത് പോയി. അപ്പോൾ സാർ ഇപ്പോൾ വന്ന പോലെ ഞാൻ ആ മീറ്റിംഗ് തീരുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ് അവിടെ എത്തി. അവിടെ എത്തിക്കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് I was sitting in the back row, but the principal of the institution was also there, So I sat there. The gentleman was giving it was very good. And after some time I told principal, sir, a priest, So I told him, sir, next slide will be like this. He said, very good, very good, very good. Then the next slide came, then I said, the next slide will be like this. Our principal oh, you might have heard this thing. Sir, it's not hearing this thing. Actually, I devised that. I designed those slides. That gentleman was using my slides. My presentation. Not because there's somebody goes with my slide. It's not like that. It's not fair. All these modules are required. All these modules are required. It takes a long period of time. It's not possible that you complete it within 1 hour or 2 hours. It requires this is just an eye-opener. Okay, fine. So thank you so much. It's a great opportunity for me to come over to this institution. Again after 30 years, some 20-25 years. It's a learning experience for me also. Anyway, I'm so glad that over this 20-25 years, this institution has changed substantially into an awesome structure, and I realized that your research, the performance level, everything is fantastic. And in the near future, you should also see that this is a center of excellence. Another center of excellence in Cochin City. Thank you so much. May God bless you.
That was a very informative and engaging session. If you have any questions, you may please ask now.
Actually, in our NEP, SSR and AQR, lot of changes are happening now, and now we are advised to submit AQR with all digital documents, right? And we heard that it will be combined and that will be used as an SSR. But if all the changes happening in this 1 year, is it possible or?
That is exactly what they are looking into. Because as far as the information which I could gather is, institutions that are in the process of having more than 3 years to the next assessment may be required to follow this. Otherwise, those institutions which are on the verge of completion of that 5-year period, they will be given some alternate thing. That is exactly what they are looking into in the NEP. Because that is exactly what has happened with the autonomy. When autonomous status was conferred, because the preparations were totally different. So they were given another 2 years to improve on. So like that, there can be some mechanism that is being devised. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Sir, one more question. Now we are also advised to write like a paragraph as we are writing in descriptive questions now. How the NEP parameters are incorporated, what we are doing in academic bank of credit, skill education, all these things they are asking us. But as an affiliated institution under MG University, how can we adopt academic bank of credits, or like we are adhering to the regulations by MG University, right? So many of these questions cannot be answered by us. So what is your advice?
Every directive of University Grants Commission has to be followed by every higher education institution in India. Whether it is a university or a college or an autonomous college, whatever it may be. So NT University, whatever it may be, suppose the institution is conferred with that facility to adopt academic bank of credits, like two institutions continuously, university has to approve it. No other way. They have to. The system is now running with Indira Gandhi National Open University. It is not because that was introduced way back in 1986. I was following that. I was in IGNOU. But the thing is, in 1986 onwards, it was being followed. This academic bank of credits, credit transfer, multidisciplinary approach, exit, entry, all these things are there. But they are now being introduced into the entire academic system. The whole country has a whole. അത്രയും വ്യത്യാസമുള്ളൂ. പക്ഷേ എന്ത് പറ്റുന്നറിയാം, നമ്മളിതെല്ലാം ഞങ്ങളിത് ചെയ്തിട്ടായിരിക്കും. A time will come when you will be weeded out. Because this is exactly what is happening with institutions which are not aided. If self-funded institutions are there, if parents ചോദിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങി whether this institution is accredited or not. And that is the only reason why most of these self-funded colleges are not having students. There are only 40 to 45% of enrollment this year, and this is the reason. Okay.
As we wind up, I invite Assistant Professor Aishwarya Pushpagaran, Department of English, to propose the vote of thanks.
A very warm good morning to one present here. I'm extremely glad to express my deepest gratitude to Professor Harry Cletus, retired principals in Albert's College, Ernakulam, for such an informative session. As today being the World Students' Day, all of us as students today have gained much wisdom from you, sir. Thank you so much for imparting such clear idea about how we should adapt effectively to the changes that are happening around us regarding NEP. And as you mentioned, I'm sure we all should equip ourselves to prepare for all the challenges to come. Your session was well packed with wit and wisdom. I once again extend my gratitude on behalf of our institution to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. We have come to the end of the first technical session. Just a reminder to all the participants to fill the feedback form. We will be commencing the paper presentation soon after the tea break. Tea and snacks have been arranged right outside the seminar hall. Please help yourselves. Thank you, everyone.
Analysis of global trends in education policy, their effect, structure in individual and residents of them. The second literature review, I'll try to explore the modern scenario of media and films, as well as emphasize the status, challenges and prospectus of media and film education in India. Research method and data sources. This study has used a qualitative research method with content analysis techniques to understand the critical areas of focus of policy documents with the thoughts and beliefs of various film institutes, both government and private, and their academicians in Delhi. The research also uses both primary and secondary sources of data. My qualitative data collection and presentation, Dr. Kamal Bhattacharya, in his article, Polyhedral Education, Inclusive Education in the Perspective of NEP 2020, stated that a modern education system requires modern minds, and modern minds need support and thinking. Dr. J.B. Dubey, who is the director from Delhi School of Journalism, Delhi University, believes that the modern generation is equipped with the immense power of technology, therefore everything is in hand for them. New subjects like AI, MI and big data are rapidly developing and being adopted by universities and colleges. Institutes like AJK Mass Communication and Journalism, Jamia Millia Islamia, School of Culture and Creative Expressions, Ambedkar University, Delhi, believes that teaching and learning are no longer a one-way process, nor confined to four walls. Students of this era are equipped with a very powerful tool called Internet. The Internet has made a dull subject coherent with life. Dr. Sandeep Marwa, who is the president and founder of Film City Noida, UP, believes that modern education needs a modern mind, and a modern mind needs to think. NEP 2020 opens a new horizon by opening the barrier gate and dividing the art, science and commerce. Many students who came in his institutes learned filmmaking from the diverse backgrounds such as medical science, IIT or business. Today, however, the academics world has become more professional than amateur. Students are more interested in their careers. Colleges and universities are adapting their syllabi to match the professional world and to be suitable in the industry. Yet the curriculum of any subject demands request and respect among students because it cannot bring them joy. Including films in the curriculum could elevate their light. Instead of prescribing a book, the entire film can be included in the syllabus. More recently, Delhi University took a step forward in 2017 by including films in the curriculum of the English department. One of the students, Shantanu Shekhar, mentioned that after watching Laurence Oliver's Hamlet, he was able to understand many psychological aspects of Hamlet. Since today's generation is already equipped with technology and its application and is also aware of social activities, it may be a better idea to teach them media films. The smart class is now partial. Kumar Gaurav believes he has seen students in school and colleges take an interest in the smart classroom as they are already exposed to the smart world through social media. Dr. Anita Chalian, who is the Dean at Culture and Creative Expression AOT, believes that movies are great for visual learners. All students has their individual distinctive learning approach. Sometimes listening, learning or learning through reading is not easy for students. Films are a great resource for visual languages because they allow them to understand concepts without barriers to the learning. Some of the challenges based on academics, human resources, administrative challenges of technology and industries are still there and will be there. So these are the main findings. The detail of the course are rooted in the Indian ethos, curriculum and a pedagogy aimed at developing a deep sense of respect for fundamental duties and constitutional values, and to inculcate a deep-rooting pride in being Indian, not only in thought but also in spirit, intellect and deed, and also to develop knowledge, skill, values and profession. Now the conclusion. Satyajit Ray, filmmaker, said that cinema is the greatest form of art. Films are not just for entertainment, they have many other benefits for the society. History, geography, medical sciences, drama, novels, political science, philosophy, any subject can be read more critically in films. The restructuring of curriculum, pedagogy and academic framework based on NEP 2020, adopting and implementing in film institutes in their higher education will not only improve the training of students of the institutions, however, in due course supporting other various fields of education, and the academicians of interdisciplinary consider the policy as a constructive and welcoming measure. Thank you. Any questions?
Any question? Any question? Anybody would like to get any reflection on what he has presented? Because I have maybe a question on behalf of everybody here. Your title is talking about restructuring the higher education to the film institutions in Delhi and NCR, right? In fact, the conclusion is focusing on, or in fact the entire presentation, this is an observation, maybe you can improve upon that. It was mainly focusing on interviewing with some stakeholders, including the chairman or the principal or vice chancellors, and collecting their opinion how exactly NEP gives a scope of including film at higher education institutions. Right. It would be better if we could hear, as your title focus on, what exactly can be the curriculum reformation in the film institutes. I think that was missing. Like maybe when you think of improving your paper, you can just give an emphasis on that. The other, maybe the presentation, I think all the audience would appreciate your attempt to know what is the scope of film along with the other digital technologies. But maybe this I found as a missing element, focus on the film institutions of Delhi and NCR. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I call upon Blessy Paul for the presentation?
Good afternoon everyone. Myself Blessy Paul P, research scholar at School of Computer Science, MG University. Here I am presenting a review paper as part of my research, and that review paper is about scope of skill-oriented courses in India in the context of NEP 2020. Actually, my research is based on evaluation of employability of skill-oriented courses and future prediction. So, as we all know, in the next few decades, India will be the human capital with the world's largest young working age population and viewed as the potential talent pool. Even if there are many job opportunities in India, the lack of manpower training on technological advancements and 21st century economic skill is the reason for unemployment. To address this problem, the government has initiated a number of vocational education initiatives. Studies are needed to highlight the need for vocational courses, as the society does not understand the importance of such courses as compared to regular courses. Our society have a tendency to follow the normal courses such as normal history, arts and technical courses compared to skill-oriented courses. The purpose of my research is to understand the feasibility, viability and differentiation of skill-based courses, that is skill-oriented courses. So we know that skill and knowledge are backbone of economic growth and social development in India. In the higher education sector, knowledge and skills are necessary for diversity of employment needs in the education, healthcare and manufacturing sector. The lack of skilled workforce is a result of poor skill-oriented education system. Regardless of whether there are numerous degree courses in India, the pace of joblessness is expanding day by day. It is because of normal graduation courses have less skill training and practical sessions. Better skill development courses will affect all those in the labor force, including those who are entering to that industry for the first time. We know that in India there is new and national education policy NEP, which supports that skill development education system, that integration of skills in higher education under this skill development education system, that is NSQF, that is National Skill Qualification Framework, and incorporation of skills and ability enhancement courses through choice-based credit system for sustainable skill development is also recommended, along with the full-time vocational degree, diploma courses, add-on courses being offered through community colleges BWOC and Deen Dayal Upadhyaya centers, that means Kaushal centers. And we know that the Kaushal centers are the nearest Kaushal center is Cochin University near to us, and we know that Al-Ameen have and so many colleges have this BWOC courses. So we need to revise that implementation of such courses all over India. This research aims to evaluate the employability and predict the future of skill development courses and its initiatives of vocational education and training in universities and colleges under UGC. This analysis will provide findings regarding how prediction algorithms can be implemented in the area of education and a comparative study of normal graduation course outcomes and employability of skill development courses. And following are the UGC initiatives that are based on the ministries, organizations, framework, councils and different schemes. The National Skill Development Fund, that NSDF, was set up for raising funds from both government and non-government sectors to meet the skill development objectives. Directorate of General of Employment and Training in MOL coordinates the training related to vocational skill development, and we know that Indian Institute of Entrepreneurship and National Institute of Entrepreneurship and Small Business Development under MSME are engaged to promote the entrepreneurship. We know that these are some of new schemes under UGC, and that SGSY program to enhance income for the rural poor. These are the schemes especially for rurals. And ASDP scheme offers training with a public-private partnership to rural young people. These all are for skill development purposes by government. The next one is DDU GKY, that is the Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Gramin Kaushal Yojana, to improve employability of rural population. And there is livelihood in full employment, that Life Pro scheme is to impart skill training to unskilled workers. Then there are several schemes for urbans, that ESTP and the Dayal Upadhyaya and Uddan, that is for especially for Jammu Kashmir, is especially industry initiative for Jammu and Kashmir to provide skills training and enhance the chances of employability. There are some more for minority people, Naya Mansil, Naya Roshni, Maulana and Ustad. These are the some skill development programs, especially for minority people. And there are several other courses and schemes are for vocational and skill development. And due to the time limitation, I am skipping this explanation of these schemes. So there are several and various courses and schemes under UGC. So we have to look back on the implementation of these schemes for understanding or analyzing the scope of skill-oriented courses under this NEP. These skill-oriented courses will be a milestone in NEP implementation. So we know that these are the levels of BWOC implementation, BWOC course implementation. Each level have a particular aim in each year. So that is it. So that in major NEP objectives are skill development of students, faculty development, development of skilled workforce, and reduce migration of international students and industrialization. All of these can be implemented in India if we are take care on the proper implementation of skill-oriented courses. And come to the conclusion, and the skill development has been considered one of the critical aspects for job creation in India. India has a unique demographic advantage with more than 60% of population is in young age group, but in order to get dividend from such large workforce, employability has to be improved. As per current statistics, only 10% of the fresh graduates are employable and rest of the 90% lack skills required for eligible to be hired by corporate. Researchers predicts the future of skill development courses and evaluates the employability of skill development courses such as BWOC, community courses, and Kaushal Kendras. It gives a comparative study for normal courses and skill-oriented courses too. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaspreet. Any questions?
See, already we have many skill-oriented courses in India, right?
Yes, sir.
I think especially the BO courses and other skill-oriented courses. But what is the output of that job opportunities of these skill-oriented courses? Did you graduate or what is your comment on it?
Actually,
And my second question is we have different schemes like NSQF, etc. Whether they are working in the proper way, whether in the manner it was set up. I don't think so. That's my.
Actually, and that second point is more than 65% that point is correct, because we have to analyze the case study of each college that implements that courses all over India. Then only we can get that clear idea of how this course is implemented all over India. But the main thing is that under these courses there are several credit systems. Compared to normal degree courses, BPO courses has 180 credit system, and for granting this course to a college we need compulsory MOUs from the industries all. And that industrial tie-ups that industries are agreeing on, they will provide training, they will provide the workshops, and after that they will conduct the placements and all. But the institutions must ensure that the proper implementation of that MOUs under each college. If an institution can implement that MOU in 100% in the proper way, then we can increase that employment of this course. That means after completion of this BO course or community colleges or MO courses, students can get that employability, that they can place in a multinational company if they are ready to place that freshers. So it will increase after the proper implementation. That way of implementation we have to analyze.
So it is with the fault of the institution.
Not only the fault of institution, but we cannot say that institution have no responsibility in this, because that is a small
Something has to change, like the design of the courses.
Actually, the course structure is that well enough for implement. That compared to normal courses, that course structure is well, but that implementation is not happening in the proper channel. That's why. So that institution can improve that promotion of courses, and the proper promotion of courses will increase the enrollment of students, more good students.
Especially in Kerala, there is very less enrollment for BO courses.
Yes, that is absolutely the lack of promotion actually, because the students have a tendency to follow that regular courses. They have to follow that. They have a tendency to follow that regular courses in previous sector, and companies are requiring that they will post that like that course vacancies need BTech completed students, BSc completed or MCA completed students. If they are looking on that, so if they are not seeing BO courses or skill-oriented course names, they will never choose such courses. So that industries and that institutions are equally responsible for improving such courses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Nobody wants to ask anything. Thank you, Gusri, but I have an observation. In the beginning, you were just suggesting that there is a prediction on the future of skill development.
Yes.
Right, and there was actually I was waiting for some research and analysis.
Actually, I'm at the beginning stage of this research. Just completed the literature review part based on
I think then it would have been better if you have presented some reviews and consolidating how exactly the research on this skill-based.
I can do this only after the complete data collection.
Because otherwise it may become just a combination of whatever is available.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
May I request Nehmat Sharif? Yes.
Good morning, one and all. Myself, Dr. Neemat Shirin, Assistant Professor, School of Legal Studies, QSAT. My topic is about adaptability of social media marketing strategy among students in Ernakulam district. The paper is about social commerce and content marketing. That is, nowadays traditional e-commerce is losing customer engagement. So that's why we know that the e-marketing is there way back 1970s. So certain reviews point out that traditional e-commerce is not that much effective now. So that's why the new term social commerce came into existence, and there are different strategies that has been adopted for enhancing the online shopping, and here my study give emphasis to youngsters. How they adopt, which are the marketing strategies adopted by youngsters, and what are the factors influencing them to adopt this type of marketing strategies. There are certain reviews relating to this, and some of the reviews point out this, that traditional e-commerce strategy is not that much effective. So here are some of the reviews. So Economic Times point out that shift of marketing from traditional to digital is increasing. Then traditional online shops are not effective when compared to advanced and interactive social space. Customers are learning more about the product through various sources. Then lack of customer engagement is there, which lead to the birth of social commerce. Then what do you mean by social commerce? That is making use of network websites such as Facebook, Instagram and Twitter as a vehicle to promote and sell product and service. Then e-commerce campaigns success is measured by the degree to which consumer interact with companies' marketing through retweets, likes and shares. So electronic data interchange and tele-shopping is in 1970s paved the way for modern digital marketing. It was possible when the internet was opened to the public in 1991, and Amazon was one of the pioneer of commerce site in US to start online shopping. So there are certain reviews relating to this. I have pointed out some of them only. Then we will have a doubt what is social commerce. So making use of Instagram and Facebook. Then social commerce is a subset of electronic commerce that involves social media and online media that supports social interaction and user contribution to assist online buying and selling of product and services. Then content marketing. What do you mean by content marketing? That means making use of, in order to attract the customers, marketing strategies used to attract, engage and retain an audience by creating and sharing relevant articles, videos, podcasts and other medias. Then there is another term known as influence marketing, that is making use of Snapchatters, YouTubers and industrial leaders to promote company's product and stand out in the crowd. So this strategy drives sale more effectively than word of mouth recommendations. There are several video marketing platforms such as Facebook, YouTube and Instagram used to run video marketing campaigns. So there are other strategies also. Some of them are content marketing can be made through blogs, then ebooks, podcasts, infographics, webinars, and there is also pay-per-click campaign, search engine optimization, etc. to enhance the communication of the product so that the customer will be able to know about the product, and that will attract the customers to buy the product. Then background of the study, that is social network are the most popular tool to assist e-marketing activities and will enable the organization to maintain efficient customer relationship, build a good brand image, enhance customer loyalty and strengthen the market position of the business. Then another review says These marketing strategies play a vital role in the selection of product, marketplace, marketing task, marketing resources for offering the value to the customer. Then customers search for the product or services based on Google, Facebook advertisement, and the marketers can customize pay-per-click campaign on Facebook, Google, Bing, Instagram or Twitter. So based on this, some reviews we have made, and more than 50 reviews we have made. Earlier 11 reviews I have pointed out here, and based on this I have made the objectives. The specific objective of the study is to investigate and identify the most influencing e-marketing strategy among the young generation in Ernakulam district, and to identify the influence of content marketing strategy over the online shopping habits of the youngsters in Ernakulam district. For this purpose, the methodology adopted is sources. What is the data source? That is, primary data has been collected from the students of various colleges, and secondary data also has been used. Then sampling technique is purposive sampling, and population is students of various colleges in Ernakulam district. Then the tools used for collecting data, how we can collect the information. We have prepared the questionnaires based on the objectives. Number of questions has been sorted out, and it has been provided to the students. And after collecting the questionnaire pattern has been divided into two categories. That is, okay. Then tools that has been used for analysis. So the major contribution after making necessary analysis by using hypothesis testing has been made by using chi-square test. Then the major contribution of the study is that Instagram is most frequently used social media platform by youngsters, and LinkedIn is the least used social media platform for digital marketing. Then Instagram posts reels and videos attract youngsters and new customers, which educate and entertain the audience by providing valuable information about the product. Then Instagram advertisement of the products. The products with good quality and fair price are most influencing factor of a product to which youngsters are attracted or which influence the purchase intention of the product. And the hypothesis is that Instagram, whether it plays a significant role. It has been proved that Instagram plays a relevant role in the determination of online shopping. So we can agree how this findings has been, major contribution has been derived. Some of the discussions based on reviews has been made. We have made the findings, and it has been discussed with some of the reviews. So the reviews says that the customer are engaged in social media platform such as Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, LinkedIn, etc. And from the responses, we have made survey, and the question has been answered by the respondents, and based on the response we have made analysis, and the analysis says that 71% of the respondents use Instagram, and 18% of respondents frequently use Facebook, and 8% of participants make use of Twitter, and only 3% of respondents use LinkedIn. And the review, by we make the review, it has been said that this finding of the current study is also supported by the review, pointing out that Instagram and Snapchat used for social interaction and are used to fill the empty moments. So the result of the survey is supported by the review referred to in the above study indicate the fact that the most of the participants use Instagram frequently, and LinkedIn is the least used social media platform for digital marketing. And it is the analysis part. And second point is the content preference in social media. There are different contents by ways of post videos, etc., reels. So it says that 80%, most of the participants prefer the content as post, that is 80%, and 72.5% make use of reels, by where we can conclude that post and videos attract new customers. Okay. So a major contribution has been, I have shown that these are the major contribution of the study, and it has been made through different analysis tools.
Thank you, Sherin. Any questions? Any questions? Maybe on the topic or the sample or the finding? Maybe representing them, I have a small question, because the age group that you have selected for the sample, I think that would be very crucial here.
16 to 24.
Yeah, 16 to 20, because if you ask with all of us who are sitting here, we may suggest Facebook is the best, whereas the students are...
That is the difference. We have selected some respondents who have of the age limit 24 to 50. So they prefer 18% of that respondents prefer. That means most the entire, when we select the entire sample, only 80% of them says that Facebook is one of the suitable ones.
So another question is, what exactly you would like to present, maybe from the finding, as a lower faculty?
And commerce faculty.
Commerce faculty, what exactly?
Working in School of Linguistics.
Based on this finding, where 80% likes maybe Instagram and only a very small percentage focus on LinkedIn. How exactly, maybe as faculty members here, how exactly, because this is a general trend. So how exactly the teachers can prepare for it?
So when we say that age is an important factor, when age is considered, students are mostly going through reels and all that is shown in Instagram. That is influencing them. So teachers can also switch on to such type of media for giving more information to the students. Because we are interacting with students.
Thank you.
That will be better. Thank you for your question, Lisa.
May we have Roshi for the presentation? I have a request for maybe this would be the final offline presentation. No, Anaga is also there, right? Anaga online. Okay, this may be the final offline presentation. So Roshin, if you can just focus on what exactly the essence of your paper, rather giving more of the background, that would be better.
A very good afternoon to one and all. Myself, I am Roshin Rafi, representing Al-Ameen College, Department of Computer Science. The main objective behind my presentation is to find what is the objective of NEP 2020. As a parent and as a teacher, I would like to find what is the future of my child and what is my future. As a beginner, I don't know what I was unaware what this NEP 2020 contains. So my paper mainly focus on 4 areas: early childhood care and education, foundational literacy and numeracy, curriculum and pedagogy, testing and assessment, and what are the major hits and misses which I could find in these areas. So, I mainly focus on the school level curriculum, 4 areas: ECCE, FLN, curriculum and pedagogy, test and assessment, and how this 5+3+3+4 structure works. And what is the future of young minds, and is it a hit or a miss? So this is actually the evolution of national education policy of India. I am just plotting it out because as a beginner I was unaware of these facts. So in 1968, Indira Gandhi government announced NEP on education. 1886, Rajiv Gandhi government launched. Then 1992, modification on 1986 NEP. 2005, NEP by Manmohan Singh government. And in 2016, NEP by Modi government. And finally, in 2017, NEP with major changes. So NEP 2020 mainly focused on quality education, and the design framework is focused mainly on school education.
education and higher education. So what are the highlights of NEP? It is actually approved by Union Cabinet of India on July 28. There is actually a gap of 34 years. Universalization of education from preschool to secondary level. 100% gross enrollment ratio by 2030. The structure replacement by 5+3+3+4. 3 years of preschooling plus Anganwadi and 12 years of schooling. So NEP 2020, reinventing the school education. Age 3 to 8 for 5 years, age 8 to 11 for 3 years, age 11 to 14 for 3 years, and finally age 14 to 18 for 4 years. So this is actually the present system and this is the future we are planning to implement. So there will be actually 4 stages in which we will be having foundational level, preparatory stage, middle stage and secondary stage. The foundational stage will be for 5 years, preparatory for 3 years, middle for 3 years and finally secondary for the 5 years. This is the area in which I am focused, National Education Policy in School Curriculum. And due to time limit, I was only able to focus on 4 major areas, that is early childhood care and education, foundational literacy and numeracy, then the testing and assessment, and also finally the major drawbacks and the hits and the misses. So first one, we are focused in the early childhood care and education. So this is still 6 years. It is known as the foundation of learning. 85% of brain development happens here. The quality ECC is known found to crores of children, especially from socially weaker sides. It is a play-based, activity-based and inquiry-based learning. It mainly strengthens the motor skills, cognitive development. Next one is foundational literacy and numeracy. 5 years spent in foundational stage, it is an urgent and necessary need for learning. It is the basis of lifelong learning. More than 5 crore students doesn't attain FLN. Unaware of basic addition, subtraction, lack basic reading skills. There is a target of achieving universal FLN by 2025. The PTR ratio, that is the pupil to teacher ratio, it is modified or shifted from 30:1 to 25:1 in weaker session. High quality resource will be made available in Diksha, the digital infrastructure for knowledge and sharing. Next one, the curriculum and pedagogy. In this, it is noticed that the learning should be holistic, integrated, enjoyable and engaging. The restructuring in the pedagogy in 5+3+3+4 design. It is actually moving us away from the culture of rote learning. Building the character, cognitive development and holistic development. They reduce the content into its core content. Make a space for critical thinking, inquiry-based, decision-based, analytical-based thinking. Interactive teaching, fun, creative, collaborative classroom, increased flexibility to choice of subjects. Next is the teaching and assessment area. So the assessment is mainly classified to 4 major assessments: self-assessment, assessment by teachers, peer assessment, assessment by the parents. So there is a frequent pattern of assessment, like we are having written examination, oral assessment. So we will be having a shift from this assessment from the content-based to competency-based assessment. Test the high order skills of students, evaluate children's progress in core concept, high order skills and application, key stage assessment, census assessment at key stage mainly 3, 5 and 8 years, board exam of 10th and 12th to continue but it will be restructured, conducting the National Achievement Survey and NTA will be doing the assessments. This is the transformation of the culture of assessment. Continuous tracking of learning outcome of each child, board examination to be more flexible, assessment to focus on core concept, AI-based software to help track progress of students. National Assessment Center Bharat will bring greater synergy in board exams, self-assessment and peer assessment. NGA will work to offer a common aptitude test of high quality. So this is the picturized version of what the India will be happening if we are acknowledging this NEP 2020. No hot learning, no exam fear, respect unity in diversity, good grasp of mother tongue, fun and activity-based learning. And in the case of students finishing 12th grade, there will be no more Indian languages, no at least one foreign language, better online, better all-round help. So I majorly focus in these 4 areas. So is it a hit or a miss? We are going to focus in this. So digital content for students through books Shiksha, teacher vacancies to be filled in time-bound manner, equitable and inclusive education, remove rote learning, local language to be the medium of instruction at least up to grade 5, promote bilingual education, the coordinated computational thinking introduced in middle stage, promote formative assessment. So these are the hits which I could find in these 4 major areas, and next are the misses which I could find in these areas. So the curriculum and the implementation of ECC is kept under 3 major ministries. So that 3 major ministries includes women and child development, health and family welfare, tribal affairs. So it requires a joint effort to take upon vital decision. Is it possible to bring 100% children back to school? Adequate financial support? Are we running out of money? No clarity regarding every Anganwadi will be provided with high quality teacher. Barrier-free access for all children with disability. How? Because as per the NEP, it promotes barrier-free access to education for all children with disability. Less than 40% only less than 40% school only have ramps, and less than 50% presently having restroom. So how are we going to implement this? Then what about the financial structure? Then how this local language will be implemented, and in which all areas this will be used? These are the major questions which have an issue of mother tongue. No, that is not addressed in the case of migrants, and no time to reach this yoga and Indian philosophy. Educators found it difficult to teach the basic subject. So how are we going to implement this yoga and Indian philosophy? Then how these gifted students will be included in this IIT and IIM are not well defined. So actually, I would like to conclude that it is not a critical review as a
Last sentence.
yes sir. As a beginner, if you are seeing this NEP as a holistic approach, then it is fine. But if you are dividing into different segments, there are various questions. So NEP, we are as an optimistic note, I am concluding that India will become a superpower in the coming years. So we should be keeping an eye on funding, and there are various loopholes through which we could ask how it happens. So I don't want this to be an unfulfilled dream of future.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
questions? I think if you have presented the hits and misses only, you could have presented little more.
Yes sir, but many things were unknown to me, so I thought.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So next we will have an online presentation by Abhishek Sartha.
Meeting on one. So, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Shall I start?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. So basically, my topic is the analysis of National Education Policy 2020, how it will bring some reforms in the school and higher education in India. So as we all know that in the times of COVID, it was the only positive thing I guess. I do not have a presentation with me, so I'll do an oral presentation. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is it visible? Yeah. Shall I continue?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So this is the only thing which happened during the COVID, which is, we can say that it was the only positive which came out of it. And if we see that how many policies we have till now, this is the first policy of 21st century, National Education Policy 2020. This is the first policy that we have in the 21st century. We have 2 earlier policies in 1968 and 1986, and the 1986 policy was revised in 1990. So what kind of results we have achieved through these policies, we all know, like where we are lacking as a country in terms of education. And COVID has also taught us a very good lesson that we are not at all prepared to focusing more on like making them skillful, making the you can say the overall education playful for them, joyful for them, like give them that logical thinking, problem solving scenario so that they can develop as individuals as well. We are not focusing mainly on the curriculum only. And for that, MSRD has taken the responsibility that it will ensure that at each stages, like they will be looking for some sort of goals to be achieved. Like literacy and numeracy should be achieved by the age of 8. Let's say they are also focusing on what gross enrollment ratio, which when it comes to the 6 to 8 standard, we have an enrollment ratio of 90%, which falls down in 11th, 12th to like 55-56%, which is a problem. So, like it's not only about bringing people to the schools, it's about sustaining them, making them a workforce, creating a human resource out of those people. Like a 10th dropout, I don't think so we can utilize that potential if someone is dropping at the age of 10 or in the 10th standard. So when it comes to and there's also provision of it where you will be learning in the mother language. It also talks about how there should be a flexibility in curriculum, and we should lessen the content, and we should focus more on the assessment. We should focus more on the feedback we are getting from the students, parents. That should be the focus. These are some of the main areas of school education. And when it comes to higher education, so they have mentioned about that there will be a single body regulating the higher education. They will be merging these NAC, NPA, and they will merge into National Certification Council will be constituted. And one of the main areas in higher education is what people are visualizing it as a great step, I would say, that is multidisciplinarity. That promoting multidisciplinarity, how interdisciplinarity could help in achieving that critical analysis, thinking, and that awareness, journal awareness. Generally, what is the pattern when we are a science student or an art student? We are going in one direction only. We are not concerned about what is happening in the other areas. But new education policy stresses upon the fact that it is important that we should be aware, we should be knowing some things about everything. Like that's very, very important. And it has also talked about the choice-based credit system. It has also talked about the multiple entry and the exits. That if we like stop at one point, then you can again enter from particular point into the education system. Then we have also talked about the transfer of credit from some foreign universities if you are doing out courses, like some of the courses from your home university, then you're coming back to India. It has also talked about the discontinuation of MPhil. And so many reforms are there, but the focus area, what seems like a good choice is firstly, I would say multidisciplinarity. It will give a sense of, you can say, awareness, sense of achievement, but matter of the fact remains how effectively we can implement these policies. So, I'll talk about some of the targets which NEP has kept. So, NEP basically talks about by year 2040, we should achieve everything, like whatever is written in the NEP, we should be achieving that, and 100% gross enrollment ratio in pre-age secondary school shall be achieved by 2030, and teachers should be skilled, prepared, trained by 2030. Numeracy, literacy should be achieved by grade 3, and universal early childhood care and education by 2030. But the main point still remains how prepared we are in policy. This is a massive document, massive change will be there in the education. Yes? Okay. So the findings out of this is, are we in that stage, do we invest that much on education that we can implement these kind of policies successfully, or we need to go in a phased manner? Like we cannot do anything. I can understand there are targets, but we need to plan more specifically. Secondly, we need to create awareness among the students and the other stakeholders that successful implementation is not only the job of UGC or some other related bodies which are related to education. It's every see how they can improve the future of their wards. And more focus should be given on the training. Like it's really important to train minds rather than just putting them.
Abhishek, can you please conclude maybe with two statements?
I'm not getting your voice.
Can you please conclude?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm concluding only. Sir, so basically my conclusion of the study is that we as a country invest very less on education. Our GDP, like gross 3% we are spending on education, and we are hoping that we can change the overall scenario. It looks more, you can say, more like a distant dream, but it is a step, it is a welcoming step, and the focus should be on implementation. It should not be on that we have come up with something really fancy, we have come up with something with which we can compete in the international scenario, the global scenario, but implementation policy is really important. At every step, we should have that cooperation, we should have that evaluation of the policy. Only then we can hope of achieving these goals in a phased manner.
Okay.
But at present, we will see that we are not in a position to implement everything. There are few areas we need to work on towards.
Thank you, Abhishek.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we'll have Aneka. No, your voice is working. Other side.
Can you hear me?
Am I audible?
Aneka, you can take another 6 minutes.
Okay. So
So my topic for, I can hear my echo. My topic for, oh, I can hear my echo. Hello sir. So I can hear my, okay. Okay. So legal education in India with special reference to NEP 2020. Introduction. As we all know, legal education is the foundation of every society and it is a law that regulates the relation between human beings for the peaceful coexistence. Though ignorance of law is not treated as an excuse from liability, legal education is not ensured to all sections of the society. In India, legal education is a professional course taught to those aspiring to enter the legal profession. The course and curriculum are framed as per the rules and regulations by the Bar Council of India. So this paper is an attempt to analyze the changes proposed to the legal education system in the NEP 2020. So now we are going to discuss what role of education is. As we all know, education enlightens the mind and thinking process. People can improve their skill, personality, behavior and self-confidence only through education. Apart from getting a good job, safe career, security of life, education enhances the overall development of human being and moves him to be a productive and resourceful personality. So now we are going to see what education in India is all about. The contemporary education system in India was introduced by the Britishers during their rule in India. Since independence, the respective government and the centre had appointed various committees for studying the improvements to be made in our education system, and based upon the recommendation of these committees, the government of India had brought into effect National Education Policy. Constitution of India and education. Since I don't have time, I will move on to National Education Policy. National Education Policy 1968. This policy was based on the report and recommendation of the Kothari Commission. It was formed on 14 July 1964 under the chairmanship of Daulat Singh Kothari. Government of India brought the first national policy on education in 1968. The policy intended to ensure compulsory, this particular policy, NEP 1968, this policy intended to ensure compulsory education for all children up to age of 14, which was a mandate of constitution. And talking about another policy, the second policy, NEP 1986, this policy ensured a social integration. The policy started scholarship and adult education. It emphasized the removal of disparities and also for ensuring equal educational policies. And now moving on to NEP 2020. For transforming the Indian education system for meeting the needs of 21st century, the Ministry of Human Resource Development introduced this policy in 2020, and this policy, as you all know, this policy follows 5+3+3+4 schooling structure, and this policy focuses on strong early childhood care education from the age of 3 and aimed at facilitating overall learning, development and well-being of children. Legal education in India. In India, the degree in law will be awarded in terms of Advocates Act 1961 as per regulation of Bar Council of India, and this act confers that Bar Council of India has the supreme power in regulating the legal profession and maintaining professional standards, and for obtaining the law degree, it is fixed by Bar Council of India. Bar Council of India also inspects the institution, imparting legal education, evaluates teaching methodology and recognizes the institution. Moving on to legal education under NEP 2020. NEP 2020, this is my topic. NEP 2020 suggests that all higher education institutions including legal education shall be multidisciplinary institution by 2040. NEP 2020 insists that national law universities must aim to be multidisciplinary in their approach and curriculum. It also envisions that national law universities must branch out. It should become multidisciplinary by branching out in the areas of economics, political science, philosophy, criminology and other subjects. It also proposes to introduce short-term credit courses diploma related to legal education and it insists using of technology for delivering justice. NEP also emphasized the dire need for translation of law books into local language for making legal education inclusive and enabling students to study law within their local limits. NEP also proposes to establish National Research Fund in higher education institutions for facilitating research activities. It would automatically apply to legal education institution also. The UGC had already mandated the law universities to have ISL publication and also the UGC care journals. If these requirements of UGC and national economic policy are to be addressed, the several concerns of legal education remain unaddressed. Law journals should not be judged by the, so I personally believe that law journals should not be judged by the same parameters of law sciences, technology or other art subjects. Moreover, legal research is intended for law making and not patentation. Arts and science subjects to research based on patenting or other technological inventions, but legal research is intended to make, alter or transform. It is used to create good lawyers, to mold good lawyers. The new policy states that institution must not be for profit, but private universities or family-run institutions or societies of trust across the country. NEP states that institutions practice good governance and transparency, but there is no provision for making Right to Information Act. So unless RTI is applicable to private universities, we cannot ensure transparency and accountability from their part. And conclusion. As far as legal education is concerned, private universities and private law colleges is mushrooming across the country and they are not following any requirements recommended by the Bar Council of India and UGC. The admission procedures, faculty appointments, grievances of law students are not properly addressed. Another problem legal education faces is having multiple regulatory frameworks, namely Bar Council of India, UGC, NEP and other government departments, respective state governments. For ensuring skill development in legal education institution, the quality of law teaching and faculty needs to be ensured. Though law teaching includes practical papers, it is not effectively conducted nowadays. The students should be given more training in clinical. So this is my conclusion. I personally think that students should be given more training in clinical legal education along with the theoretical concept. It can make good lawyers. Mere classroom teaching is not sufficient to make efficient lawyers. Unless proper practical training is imparted, training law graduates area is a distinction. Thank you.
Thank you, Anaga.
Thank you, Anaga. I would like to, this is not a question, but I would rather like to appreciate her efforts because Anaga was met with an accident and she was hospitalized and she has a fracture in her fingers and she was behind me asking a concession whether she could submit it paperly. But I would appreciate your sincere efforts taken, Anaga. That's it.
Thank you so much. I wanted to present it more beautifully, but since I'm having only 10 minutes, I present it very fast. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Aslam Ansari.
I think he's having it.
Blessy Paul, Nahmad Shareen, Roshin Rafi, Abhishek Sartha, and Anaga. In fact, it may be too early to analyze NEP 2020 implementation because we know that it is being implemented in a fragmented way. But at least we were able to listen to different authors having different dimensions and different concerns. I hope this academic discourse may continue to contribute for our teaching as well as the improvement of the coming up policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Viju, for chairing the paper presentations. We shall break for lunch now. The arrangements are similar to yesterday. For the internal participants, lunch would be at the canteen. And for those from other to introduce the speaker.
Good afternoon all. Welcome back to the day 2 afternoon session of today's national seminar on reforms in higher education post NEP 2020 challenges and opportunities. We have with us today Dr. Biju K, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, Central University, Tamil Nadu. He has taken his doctoral degree from Mysore University, a postgraduate in physics from Central University, a first rank holder in Master of Education from Regional University, Institution of Moral Spiritual Education. His career as a teacher started at the higher secondary level. His expertise in training teachers has led to major contribution towards the development of Swayam MOOC courses. His area of expertise also include curriculum designing and development. He has designed and conducted Moodle training program in various universities. Curriculum development is one of the main concerns in educational field. It has to be carefully planned, designed, implemented to achieve the required outcome. For today's session on actualizing OBE through curriculum implementation, we cannot find a much better person than Dr. Biju. With great honor, it is my privilege to welcome you, sir, to Al-Ameen College to handle the session. Let me also welcome each one of you present here to the session. Let this be fruitful to all of us. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I hope I am audible. Yes. Yes. So, very good afternoon to everyone here. At the outset, I would like to thank the management, principal, coordinator Lina ma'am, Sridhya ma'am and all members gathered here, giving me an opportunity to present some of my points on the topic actualizing OBE through curriculum management. In fact, I would like to make a coverage. Though I have given a paper, I just go something beyond the paper as the coverage. Something on education, because morning we started, or last 2 days we were started listening about education. As NEP pointed out, the structural and systematic reforms in education. There are certain things what we have seen maybe as the paradigms or the models of education. We have experienced, especially the pandemic has given us certain eye-opening about how exactly the educational experiences need to be, and meanwhile it has given us some input on the system, the existing system and the structure. And I am not going to detail about NEP 2020, which talks about Sustainable Developmental Goal 4, futuristic higher education practices. In fact, covering that or giving some emphasis on some of the point on NEP which talks about higher education, we will move to OBE, because as the faculty members who are sitting here, we know that it's not so easy to frame the outcome. There are lots of confusions, doubts and challenges. In fact, how to convert, because when NAC comes, they are giving one of the criteria is, have you converted your syllabus into outcome based or your curriculum into outcome based. For an affiliated system, maybe most of the time the faculties are not able to see the entire curriculum, rather they may see only the syllabus. And many of us may not be the part of curriculum development. Though we have lots of experiences and the concerns and the feedback from the students, we may have due representation in the curriculum development committees, like what we have in NEP 2020. We have heard about a parent, what exactly the hits and misses of NEP 2020. Similarly, Ministry has taken some initiative to collect our opinion. There was a My NEP portal. I don't know how many of us have contributed as the feedback. It was ambitious to give feedback on the portal, but what happened to that feedback? That most of us don't know. First, it was 196-page policy document came out. then they have changed even the entire committee, then it came with a 60 to 70 page document. How many of us have gone through that entire document? It's another question, right? Anyway, we need to go through that, and it's very interesting to read like a story. Those who have read NEP 2020, you can see that it's very quite interesting to read. It's a very good language. I have an experience when I went to Delhi, what happened to the public feedback. Around 2 lakhs of feedback were collected, coded, analyzed, handed over to the ministry. The next day, policy came out. So you know that how exactly the public opinion were handled. Personally, I have seen, I have met the people who have analyzed it. So basically, though we talk about democratic, collaborative, all these we say, but our partnership in developing the curriculum or the policy are very less. So when we talk about education per se, focusing maybe by 2040, India would become the knowledge society. And even in Kerala, the reforms have already started. Some of you might have understood that there were 3 commission reports placed before the Higher Education Council or Higher Education Ministry, and the state has already decided to go for some revamping. The first one it would be, because fortunately or unfortunately, I got a chance to be a member of one of the committee where the decision was developing a software system where the entire college system will be under the same single software. You can call it as LMS, you can call it as an ERP, whatever it may be, but the entire student life cycle will be digitized. This is what going to happen immediately. The work has already started. Slowly what is going to happen, maybe from Kerala perspective, each of the faculty members need to be equipped to deal education digitally. Though we have started, because some of you might have gone through the Higher Education Council training on LMS, but LMS is only a tip of the iceberg. There are a lot more need to be focused. So basically there are paradigms. We talk about the system as such. We know that NEP is a great shift from British system to American system. When you approach NEP 2020, why there is a structural difference? Most of us never thought that. Why there is functional literacy and numeracy? FLN has come out very easily. When you talk about maybe NEP 1986 and Program of Action 1992, we can see that Program of Action was talking the role of teacher as facilitators and co-learner, which talks about making all the students to construct their own knowledge. Whereas right now the policy say that start from the basics, where we need to focus on functional literacy and numeracy. So there are changes in the models of education what we are following. At least in higher education we need to bring the autonomy, though we talk about autonomous institutions, what about the autonomy of learners? Are they able to develop autonomy in their learning? Maybe when you bring LMS to the classrooms or technology to the classroom, we have another model called social constructionism. Social constructionism talks about the teacher construct. Morning even I was talking, we need to develop, we need to generate content. When not be generating content, we need to develop content, we need to design the content. Meanwhile, students are developing the content. In terms of assignments, I don't know what actually we do. We may keep those paper assignments for 1 year in the department, after 1 year we will just shut it. What actually we are doing, because there are lots of creative works coming out from the students. Where are we actually incorporating this? In terms of assignments, we give the assignment, everything is assignment. The students are asked to submit. What is happening to that? So there are models, or there are different models that we can capture, but NEP is not talking much about the methodologies. NEP talks about lifelong learning. NEP stresses on make the learners learn to learn. Even almost all the policies focus on the same, and even we are failing making the learner how to learn. We still continue to teach them, make them to learn, and somewhere we forget make them how to learn. In fact, at least in higher education, we need to focus on the curriculum. Maybe when I discuss about the curriculum, we will discuss how many of us have analyzed the curriculum, existing curriculum. Somewhere we forget about the curriculum construction at all. Any curriculum, if you take any models of curriculum construction which says that there can be 10 to 20% self-learning possible, 10 to 20% peer learning possible. So if you take 40% that can be taken care by the students, only 60% the teachers need to handle. But most of the time the faculty feels that 100% I need to cover. Somewhere there is a point called uncovering is most important than covering. We talk in terms of workload, right? And when NEP published, there was an article which talks about why can't we remove the term workload? Because workload is something related to, it is a load which is a compulsion which need to be completed. So how exactly we can have the accountability, sincere involvement of the faculty who is considering everything is workload. So when we bring some of these models, and even the experiences are the same. When it comes to online teaching learning, in some of the institutions they have told if you have 5 periods per week, all the 5 periods you need to be live. You need to be in Google Meet or WebEx or whatever it may be. You need to make sure that all the 5 periods you are live. And we say that we are following online education. So the experience says that we were not following the exact online education. Even NEP talks about bringing ICT or technology as a tool. And how many of us have started realizing that technology is only a tool? And what are all the different technology? He talks about AI, he talks about machine learning, he talks about big data. We are still not yet equipped to make use of the fundamental technology tools. Maybe we can say we are all in the operation mode. We operate technology rather integrating technology into the curriculum. Now the challenge is, in order to integrate technology into the curriculum has not reshaped according to the potential of technology. That we have realized when we were compelled to convert our traditional into online teaching, some of the content we were not able to transact in online. Lab-based experiences, right? We were not able to. We were having the struggle that then we were depending on simulated labs. But how far the students were able to equip? Mathematics kind of subjects where I need to write or the students need to have interactive content. How many of us have done it? We started buying maybe tablet, writing tablet, or we have used Jamboard. Right, somehow giving the student an experience of writing. But how many of the students were able to follow it? Parallelly, one of the physics teacher from JNU, Senior Master Physics Professor, was telling he was teaching quantum mechanics paper 2, which was consisting of most of the derivation. He was depending heavily on audio lectures, and the students were so happy with that. He was recording the entire lecture for 2 hours, cutting into 5 minutes using Audacity software and sharing to students. They were so happy. And the achievement was better than what he used to do in the regular classroom. So, most of the time, our experiences, we are not taking any input into maybe the further development or design. And the system is not supportive. We can be so ambitious to bring all these changes. We can have National Research Foundation, NRF, right? We are all waiting for that. What is going to happen? Do you think that the NRF will bring so many changes in the quality of research? Even the discussion is going on whether the research scholar need to have 2 paper publication, minimum 2 paper publication, whether it should be in care list or whether it should be resulting in research ethics. That has come. How many of the scholars are undertaking that seriously? Even bringing the concept of plagiarism. I don't know what is your opinion about plagiarism. I have my own reservation. Somewhere it says that 10%, somewhere it says that 20%. To the entire thesis, I would say maybe chapter 3 and 4 or conceptualizing, I may need more of the existing research. Because the concept of research itself says that I identify the gap. So when I want to establish the gap, I need to depend on. Whereas my analysis, my discussion, that can be original. But this kind of discussions are not going on. We have a rigid system. So the system has got a lot of problem and the structure. Now we started talking about multidisciplinarity, dual degree structure, but still we have 3-year system, 5-year system, wherein in our university we have 5-year system. Soon after +2 they can have 5 years integrated PG. Now this integrated PG, when the students are joining, they are asking whether this is approved by Kerala PSC. This is the question. And suppose that this institute is bringing up an innovative course, maybe for 4 years, the next question would be, will I get a job? Or another question would be whether the recruitment rules are redefined according to the structure. Whether our competitive examination has redefined, now we started outcome-based education from school level onwards. Now if you analyze maybe a NEP question paper, how much outcome-based they have followed? It's a greater question. We are preparing our students with outcome-based, and what about your NET examination question paper? Somebody can do a research on that. Somewhere we are following outcome-based. Now how far it is reflecting in the competitive examination or our recruitment rule? We talk about graduate attributes. You talk about qualification descriptors. All these are there given by UGC in its outcome-based education curriculum framework. And somewhere we have seen that document also was plagiarized. I don't know how many of you have noticed. The 4-year integrated program syllabus was plagiarized. So even the UGC is following that. That why I want to bring it to say that we need to be doubtful in most of these documents. We have NEP 2020 document. It's a political document. It's a political document. It can be discussed politically. Whereas for academia, we need to have an academic document which is missing. We don't have a higher education curriculum framework. In 1992, we had a program of action followed by 86 policy, and in 2005 for school education there was a school education curriculum framework, whereas in higher education we are missing it. So most of the thing we don't know how exactly it's going to implement. It talks about teaching intensive colleges or teaching intensive university, research intensive university, multidisciplinary university. How is it going to happen? What kind of structural changes, what kind of systemic changes it will bring? Even in terms of the working condition of the faculty, there is no clarity. UGC says that there is no more recruitment, and we have given equal input to UGC say that even if the faculties are not coming to the colleges, we are able to complete the syllabus. We have completed the syllabus. 2 years we have completed without having students in classroom. UGC has taken it as an input. No more new recruitment. And it can be substantiated to say that digital university, you have virtual universities coming in. So for the aspirants, maybe for the PG students, they can have a concern about what would be the employability. Then these are the concerns. Do we have clarity on OBE? That I will come back. Then are we prepared? Because we started discussing about the reforms. Are they really reforms? Even morning sir was telling OBE is not something new. Right? OBE, American system, they have started and in 1998 they have discarded it. Many of the countries have discarded. Wherein India started bringing that into school education and even in higher education. Now it can be debated, it can be discussed, and what actually NEP 2020 talks about: inclusive, equitable and lifelong learning. Very good, very captive, fantastic, bombastic English words are there. Even it talks about 64 kalas. It talks about Nalanda. It talks about Takshila. Right? All these are there. Fantastic. It talks about holistic education. But we don't have the clarity on how exactly we can implement a holistic education in higher education. Do we have a document? On blended learning, there was a draft document. Some of you might have gone through. UGC has published a draft document. Do you know from where it has come? It is plagiarized. There was a document by Indian, it's a cluster of Indian industries, I think. They have prepared a document, Education 2030, vision document, that majority of the content has been copied. So, academically, we don't have a document. So, I don't think we can do something on policy, because policy it is been approved. It's a policy document, it's a political document, it is been approved. Now, where is our role? We need to get the academic document, maybe in terms of curriculum framework, maybe in terms of assessment framework, maybe in terms of, NSQF, it was there earlier, before NEP 2020, NSQF was there. NSDC was there, right? So, whatever existing they have included. Now, what actually they were telling in one of the point in NEP 2020 is before this, less emphasis on the development of cognitive skill and learning outcome. Our higher education is highly fragmented. This is one of the issue NEP highlights. It's highly fragmented, so that India is going to have a one nation, one education, one syllabus. Whereas, when you look at the OBE document, UGC clearly says that we are not intended to have one curriculum across the country. So somewhere there is a contradiction. When you define outcome for the entire country, we need to follow that. That means you are going to have a unified curriculum. Then where is the concept of localized knowledge? In school education, they are giving emphasis that they are giving opportunity to localize the knowledge, whereas in higher education it is missing. Yes?
But if we say that we have to localize the knowledge, then the global needs should be also addressed.
Yes, it needs to be addressed. That is where I am bringing that a curriculum cannot be defined by centrally or defined centrally. They can give a framework, maybe the themes that can be addressed. Like what you were telling, there are global issues. There are local issues also. Right? Both need to be merged. Both need to be merged. So they can give a framework.
But if we are defining if we are giving a regulation, something what you tell, or if we are standardizing, then how can we include this local things?
I am bringing where NEP 2020 slowly taking us to have a standardized one. That is where UGC contradicts with the outcome document. They say that we are not trying to standardize. So there is a contradiction. What NEP talks in terms of higher education, maybe the curriculum reformation, and because OBE came before that. OBE, UGC clearly says that we are not trying to bring a unified curriculum. But when they give the outcomes, they are not giving outcomes, right? That is why we have confusions. Maybe while discussing about OBE, I will come. So it talks about limited teacher and institutional autonomy. Even policy is not very clear how exactly it is going to improve the autonomy of the institution and teachers. It is not been articulated. They say that it is a concern. Then large affiliating universities resulting resulting in low standards of undergraduate education. This is what another concern. Before the policy recommendations, the policy stating that we have large affiliating systems which is bringing the standard lower. So what they are telling, whether it is a deemed to be university, whether it is a central university, whether it is a state university, whether it is a private university, everything will be called as only university. The next paragraph it says that this university can be categorized into teaching intense university and research intense university. Somewhere we were hearing that UGC suggests that a college teacher, your job is only teaching, a university teacher should do the research. Again, it's a contradiction. Because they just see it, teaching and research as different. Whereas we theoretically we know, or practically we know that this should go hand in hand. A teacher's research is how exactly we come to a research. That is another debatable topic. Most of the time I have a concern how exactly we are coming up with the research topic. Most of the time the guides are giving the topic. The guides allocate the topic because this is my interest area. You take this topic. I will work 3 year or 4 year. While presentation, I have seen the scholar stating that this is not my topic. This topic is suggested by my guide. Therefore, this much only I know. If you want to know more, you can ask with the guide.
This is happening even in IIT Madras.
Yes.
A personal experience.
Yes, that's what I am telling. So the accountability, the involvement, where is it? Wherein we talk about autonomy. Now, what kind of autonomy we are going to bring? Even one of my friend when attempted a presentation research for the research grant, 8 members were there. So, my friend has presented based on the review some 8 hypotheses. One of the hypotheses was something new. Now, the experts asked, do you have a review supporting this? My friend told no, I don't have, but while conceptualizing, I have a thought that there can be some association or relation. No, you cannot do it. So somewhere we know that even the research there are no standards. I don't know what NRF is going to bring. We don't have the standards. We don't have the framework. We have regulations which are maybe too lucid. But NEP says that whatever existing regulations are too tight. The next paragraph it says that we will make it more relaxing. So we have to wait because there is no comprehensive nature in implementation. Somewhere in 2030, ministry is going to say that we have achieved half of NEP 2020 without our knowledge. Like how NEP published or presented. Similarly, we would like to know that by 2030 we have achieved. Recently, I have witnessed the second year of NEP in Delhi. I don't know how many of you, it was compulsory to watch the YouTube live. In Delhi, there was a celebration of NEP 2020. I am not commenting on that. So, every year it will get celebrated. Meanwhile, we may not be knowing what exactly is getting implemented, what are all its impacts. It talks about the optimum learning environments and support for students. Again, this is the same thing which I have taken from NEP, but I have some concern on the curriculum and engaging pedagogy. 2 years over. Have you changed the curriculum? Have you got any framework on how to change the curriculum? In school education, there are 2 documents published. The suggested outcomes that need to be achieved. Do we have a document on that? What are all the maybe a broader outcomes that can be achieved under each program? You leave the course. Under each program, what are all maybe the minimum outcome that we have to achieve? We don't have the criteria. In fact, if you refer to UGC Bangladesh, you can see a template, and that's what even in Kerala we are blindly following. In terms of outcome-based education, we have a template, right? Most of the IQAC used to share it. There are metrics. CO1, PO1 can be mapped, so everywhere there will be into mark. This is what is happening every day. So we don't have the curriculum structure and engaging pedagogy. What actually the methodology we are following in higher higher education system. Then continuous formative assessment. Do we have it? We have continuous assessment, formative is missing. And that continuous assessment is only in terms of frequency of assessment rather formative. There is a difference between formative assessment and summative assessment. Summative assessment is very simple, sum total of after the learning happened, if you are assessing, that is summative, and formative is during the process. How many of us do that in higher education? Okay. Then it talks about institutional development plan. How many institutions do have the facilities, the manpower, the infrastructure, the support system to plan something? Leave maybe implementation of the plan. Where we need to have the autonomy, and even when it comes to OBE, it talks about how exactly we have vision, mission. Right? Now at least because of NAC and because of IQAC, most of the faculties are very clear about vision and mission. Are they achievable? Are they getting reflected in your program outcome? Are they getting reflected in the course outcome? Are they getting reflected in the course specific outcome? This is the downline planning what OBE suggests. Okay. So, and ODL. ODL we don't know because ministry has told that those who are getting A graded will be eligible to offer ODL courses. Now there will be large number of courses coming in wherein our students will be having dual degree approach, and we don't know how exactly the structure or system is going to structure. So in this background we are working backward because OBE has come before NEP 2020, and as I told, most of these developed countries have already dispelled OBE. Why? Because maybe if you read Spady has written a book which is available in the internet. Maybe I have given the address in the paper. You can download it and you can read it. And that document clearly says OBE has been dispelled in some of the countries because of the religious involvement. And after that, even the faculties were against that. Why? Because outcome-based education means focusing and organizing everything in an educational system around what is essential for all students to be able to successfully at the end of the learning experiences. It's very simple to understand. By the end of the course, what the student will be able to. This is what an outcome. But how are we measuring it? Our university system still says that after each semester there will be an examination and they will have a grade point. Is it reflecting about the skill of the students? Is it reflecting about the competency of the student? I got 9 grade point in semester 1, 9 grade point in semester 2, maybe putting the CGPA I am having 9. What is the meaning of this CGPA? We never asked. Faculties are so happy because we can still follow the marking scheme. That mark will be converted into grade and that grade will be converted into CGPA. But what actually it reflects? We never discuss it. We blindly follow, yes, we are following grading system. And the student is asking, I have got O or A plus. What is the meaning? An undergraduate student who has got O or A plus for PG, they want to convert that into again percentage. So where exactly we are reflecting maybe the skill, competency, the cognitive capacity of the learner? No. Now another question, this is what I have got the experience from the different training programs. Whenever I talk about OBE, yes sir, we have OBE curriculum. But the assessment is not followed through OBE. University is not following OBE. The question paper, you just analyze. At least if you have got a chance to analyze your curriculum, you may be able to list down the outcome that each course is focusing. You take the question paper, do an analysis. map it. You can see that they will not match. This is what is happening. Let us see that what can we do in actualizing OBE. The first one is we need to have the clarity of focus. I am not talking in terms of policy, I am not talking in terms of maybe university. As a faculty, what can we do in actualizing, at least to my personal level? Suppose I have a course, I am offering a course. That's what in morning sir was telling, right? We are offering a course which is designed by somebody else. Our CBCS is not CBCS, right? How many of you agree that our choice-based credit semester system is actual CBCS? There is no choice. It is compulsory credit system. Whereas if you look at the actual CBCS, every faculty should be able to offer a number of courses. We need to offer, and that is where the existence of the faculty. A faculty can survive only when the faculty offers different courses. But how many of us are involved in designing a curriculum? No, we are not in the practice. So when we don't have a participation in the curriculum formation, how are we going to actualize their outcome? Somebody has decided some program outcome which I need to actualize through my teaching. So only thing what is possible for us, have the clarity, what is the program outcome they have designed, what is the course, what are the course outcome. Then based on that course outcome, we can design the course specific outcome which I need to achieve through my teaching. Then expanded opportunity. Most of us, now we feel that we never had opportunity in our learning. It was confined. Whatever the syllabus says that, whatever the institute decides that, our experiences were confined to that. Now, in terms of our focus is achieving only what actual outcome they have to. For that, they can have the expanded, even in terms of resources, we have expanded opportunity. Then, high expectations. I don't know. We don't have any role in that. But when we are offering a course, I can always put the higher expectation. Whereas if the university is not going with the higher expectation, we cannot do anything. So there is a gap. So what best, if you want to actualize OBE, what best I would suggest, every one of us decide to offer at least one course. You design a course, maybe as an elective. This is what we are practicing now. Every faculty, every semester design a course. With the curriculum, syllabus, with the outcome, everything you design and practice it. If it is working well with a small group, you can put it maybe in ODL, you can put it. Or maybe in terms of extended, community extension. You can offer it for the general public, some of the courses. But somewhere we are not getting equipped for course design. Yes.
My doubt is, see, if I want to give a course, I am designing the course, I am making the syllabus, everything I am doing.
Yes.
But there should be someone to assess this, no? Or there should be some
Yes.
should be some
True.
guidance or regulations.
Yeah. No. Again.
Otherwise, how will we standardize the?
Again, you need standardization.
No, but as the system is.
No, that's right. As the system standardized, what is the possibility? Suppose a faculty is designing a course, either the department committee can approve it and pass it to the next level.
See, actually, if a student is passing from Al-Ameen college, he might have followed our syllabus.
Yes.
So another college, St. Xavier's, they are following their syllabus. But there should be a uniformity. You know, uniformity means.
That is where I am telling we need to have a curriculum framework within which a syllabus is evolved. The curriculum framework, because we don't have it in higher education. In school education we have.
Yeah, that's what. Autonomous colleges are making their own
curriculum or syllabus.
And
so
those students, what they are doing is they are taking the easiest part, and if the teacher is not well versed in a particular topic, they are
skipping it. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. See, that is, if you look at school education, what is happening? CBSE has got a syllabus curriculum. Now what they are giving, according to the local variation, they can skip. They are giving that framework also. Unfortunately, in higher education, we don't have that kind of framework within which you can decide. And even the monitoring system is not there. In some of the institutions, especially in autonomous, they decide their own curriculum, they decide their assessment strategies, they decide their marking, and we know that in some of these private or so-called unaided, internal mark will be out of out, external mark will be out of out. One more point I will give, maybe one experience which I have seen. A PG student who was in media. Once I was traveling and this student is known to me. I was discussing and the student told I am going to write an exam, PG examination. And before that examination, there was another examination. That question paper the student has shown me. There were only 10 questions, 5 marks each, 50 is maximum. And one of the question is, what is AIR? A media student need to answer a question, what is AIR, for 5 marks. When you compare that with any other higher education institution question paper, you will wonder, this is an autonomous institution. There is a disparity. You are correct, but what I am suggesting, suppose if you want to equip ourselves as the course designer for how to achieve or actualize OBE, internally we can offer, maybe the department board can approve it, and then it can be passed to IQAC. IQAC can have maybe one or two external experts sit together, you can have a quality checking, so that internally you can have an elective course. I am not saying that the core course. If you have the freedom as an affiliated institute to offer general elective, we can try that. But for us, maybe for a university system, we have the freedom. This is the difference. Right. Then practicing of designing down, this is again, it's not in our hand for an affiliated system. It's only possible in a university system where we are getting involved in the curriculum design, we are getting involved in the outcome design, therefore we can plan everything. Whereas the mismatch between who is designing the outcome, who is designing the curriculum and implement it by somebody else. Like what? Very simple. I used to ask a simple question. Democracy is the best tool for developing countries. Hyphen. Justify. Democracy is the best tool for developing countries. Hyphen justify. Suppose I am getting this question. You as the teachers, you are giving me this question. What should I answer? What should I answer? You are all my teachers. I am going to write this answer. For which answer you will give me marks. Democracy is the best tool for developing countries. Hyphen justify. Yes. We are all markers, right? We give marks to the students. Tell me what should I write. Why there is a golden silence? It's a very simple question, right? Most of us have come across this kind of question, or most of us are very good in framing this kind of question. But the student part, I have a question, what am I supposed to write?
The question is like that I should support this statement, justify this. It is positive.
Sorry?
Answer should be
Answer should be positive. So if I write everything positive about democracy, you will give me the marks. Sure? Okay. Any other teacher?
It should be critical evaluation.
It should be critical evaluation. See, it should be critical evaluation. So it need not be positive.
That does not mean that it should be positive.
Yes.
All the things can be.
See,
justification means.
justification means is a question. Some teachers used to say, let them write merits and demerits. Then I have a question. Then why are you asking this way? You can ask, write If you are asking for critical analysis, the students are in dilemma. When the student comes to the teacher say that even I don't know, it is being given by university. Now we don't have an approach to the question designer, right? We cannot ask. And in some universities, they have the external question setting. They never go for a scrutiny. From my experience, I am telling. In one university there is a scrutiny committee, in another university there is no scrutiny at all. Whatever question you are sending, they will publish. They will put it in the examination. But the students or the faculties, we never have a access to the question setter. Now what the teachers are telling, no sir, there will be a value scheme based on which that value scheme will be like maybe kids magazine, hyphen, hyphen, hyphen. Even our syllabus is like that, right? Democracy, hyphen, India, hyphen. This hyphen who will fill? That filling depends on the competence of the teacher, the mastery of the teacher. So that is where the OBE suggests that we can overcome this restrictive, limiting and arbitrary nature. There are lots of arbitrary nature, uncertainties are there in certain curriculum. Depends on my years of experience, my expertise. This is why in some colleges, some teachers say that I will teach this paper this year, next year I will only teach, next year I will only teach, till retirement I will only teach. In some of the institutions I have seen a teacher who was teaching one particular paper for 16 years. Unfortunately, that teacher was my friend, and one day told I am quitting the job. I asked why. University decided to change the syllabus. It's a reality. It's a reality. Right. So, commitment to all students being successful may be the heart of any curriculum, and this OBE talks about 5 P's. Maybe to understand OBE better, there are 5 P's. The first one is the paradigm, second is purposes, premises, principles, practices, that anyone can read. What is paradigm? Basically OBE says, again it is debatable, what and whether student learns successfully. It focuses on what and whether students learn successfully than how are they learning. This is the paradigm that OBE was talking about. Personally, I am against that. This is personal, but nowhere any one of us have raised this kind of concern. This is the old system which talks that what and whether student learn. In fact, in between we moved a lot. If you look at maybe earlier 1986 curriculum, it was talking about learning by doing. There was a committee led by Yashpal committee, learning by doing, which talks about giving emphasis on the process of learning, wherein OBE takes back us to the product of learning. 2 plus 2 is 5, right? 2 plus 2 is 5. No, there was an old joke, right? A student was reading that 2 plus 2 is 5, 2 plus 2 is 5 at home. The parents scolded. But 2 plus 2 is 5, no, it is 4. Then the student told that no, my teacher told 2 plus 2 is 5, therefore it is correct. But nowadays none of the students will agree. Within the class itself, they will check it in the mobile, they will say that you are wrong. Now what are we following? Most of us have learned mathematics because of obedience. Right? Wherein National Curriculum Framework 2005, based on 86, it talks about applied reasoning in mathematics. And now when you bring OBE, we say that I don't bother how are you learning, whether you have learned it. And question, tell me how did you get 7 plus 8 is 15? What is the procedure that you have followed? What logic you are following? But OBE brings back that. Whether you get the answer and put it 2 underline, we are happy, student is happy. That is why I am against, because there is lot more. Then only we can achieve learn to learn. If you focus on the product, somehow I get the answer. A student is coming to the lab. Most of us have done, right? Simple pendulum, acceleration due to gravity of the place. Yes, what we have done actually? We never got the correct answer. Right? We know that we need to get 9.8 or somewhat 9.8. So we have done reverse. So what should be the L by T square? What should be L by T square we have found out. It comes around 29, 23. So whichever length I take, I need to get that. So if we are focusing this, what they learned, this is the condition going to happen. Rather, how are they learning? This is what recently we were following, right? We were making them how to develop a criticism, irrespective of how to criticize a particular thing, how to appreciate. So we were focusing on the process, rather we emphasize more on product. Purposes, equip students with the knowledge, competence and qualities to be successful after they exit education system. It's in maybe conflict between existing recruitment rule. One of the vice principal of one of the college is very famous. She is an English teacher. While discussing, she was telling, I am getting lot of English teachers here, English assistant professors. It's a government college. They have to write PSC examination, which is objective type. Objective type test to qualify as an assistant professor to teach English, maybe English literature. What are we checking? The system is following the same, though one side you bring or maybe talk about reforms, the other side the system is too rigid or too old. Then premise, all students can learn but not all the same time, same way. This is where even Spady says that in OBE you cannot talk about the time frame, which is maybe an industrial based one, not an information aged one. Confining or calendar based, it will come. Our syllabus is calendar based. UGC says that 90 working days is a semester. Right? 90 working days. And a core paper should have 75 hours. Right? And how many of us are able to achieve or complete their syllabus within 75 hours? 2 units would be given as assignment. Third unit as presentation, maybe 2 units we would have completed. We just see, still we are not ready to change. Okay. The next one, it talks about principles, clarity of focus on exit outcome significance, expanded opportunities, support for learning success, high expectation for all the students to succeed. Who is deciding this expectation is a question. Do we have a rule? So that is where I am suggesting you decide whatever can be achieved by your students, maybe a course which can be decided by you. So that slowly let the, what university is telling? We cannot call everyone to create the curriculum. Why? They are not equipped. So let us show them back, demonstrate that we are also eligible, we are also equipped to frame the courses, to frame the curriculum, so that we also need to have due representation. Again, practices. Who is defining outcome? What outcome-based education philosophy says that it should be a democratic and collaborative way. Do we have that opportunity? And this I have to address with the students. Now teachers will say, no, we write the outcome based on the students. You just ask with the students, have you ever given representation for the students to design any outcome? Have you ever asked? Have you ever asked the students what should be a time frame for a particular assignment? Rarely we started. When I am giving a project, I will ask when can you submit? Because we have the experience that I will tell a date, they will never submit. Right? So we started discussing that when can we submit. This is what actually I do. If they give a date, I will add 2 more days so that I have an advantage. This is not decided by me, decided by you. I have given 2 more days. At least this is happening, nothing more than that. Slowly, some of us have started, how will we assess it? Do we discuss that? I decide what assessments need to be. No? OB suggests, when you design the outcome, it should be collaborative. The students need to have representation, involvement, participation. Because see, tomorrow I am going to complete the course and I am going to the market. What it says? You are focusing on my exit outcome. And we say that we are in a democratic country. My exit outcome, I should have some discussion or some role to decide. Designing curriculum, we don't have the role. Deliver instruction, we have the role. But since we don't have any role in designing the curriculum, most of the time delivering instruction becomes mechanical. Since IPSC compels, we will fill up the forum where the methodologies are there, different methodologies that you may follow. We will say seminar, assignment, presentation, then what? Lecture. Only 4. Is there something else? We have not yet changed some of the delivery. Then determine advancement, which is missing. Are we focusing on what advancement the student can have after a particular course? Do we have a system? It was there maybe abroad, they have vertical and horizontal mapping. Do we have it here? Somewhere we started telling every institution should follow portfolio assessment. Have you heard it? Portfolio assessment. Are we following? What is portfolio? Are we following? Portfolio assessment is one of the best for formative assessment. We say we are following formative assessment, but we never follow portfolio. Portfolio is nothing but collection of the evidences of achievement. Because the teacher is going to design certain learning experiences and take the students through that. The student will experience success in some of the places, they may experience failure in some of the places. So the student can collect all evidences for the success. By the end of the year, it can be transferred to the next class. So what the teacher will do, that as a class teacher, I can go through the portfolio, I can make a profile, competency profile of the learner, which can be shared to the next teacher. After first year UG, students automatically, naturally will go to second year UG, natural teachers will go and teach. There is no connection between what happened in first year UG and second year UG. I have shown a lot. I have achieved a lot of outcome. Then from their level, next level, the teacher should take. It's not happening. So determining advancement is not happening at all. So what should we do? Clearly define exit outcome. For that, the simple method is, even studies suggest that never ever use the student will gain insight. This is what some of the outcome we write. Students will gain insight into applied psychology. Now the question is, how will I check this insight? Because an outcome should be a measurable one. That is an exit outcome. When I am exiting from this room, I should be able to demonstrate that. So how am I going to demonstrate insight? Is a question. Students will be able to, what is that we write? Can anybody tell any example of an outcome that you write? Being able to, no, not that.
Calculate.
They will understand Indian democracy, Indian economy. Students will understand Indian economy. Right? Simple. Student understand? If I take ma'am's, what is that? Social commerce. Right?
Social commerce.
Yeah, social. Students understand social commerce. How will you check whether the student achieved that outcome? It's very easy for me to write that outcome is over. But in achievement, how can I achieve? How a student can achieve? How as a teacher or as a designer, how will I make sure that that student achieved it? This gap is there. So what SPADI, even not SPADI, OBE is an extension of Benjamin S. Bloom. Benjamin S. Bloom has given mastery learning. So OBE has given a structure in order to maybe strengthen mastery learning. So that is where we can depend on Benjamin S. Bloom's taxonomy or the revised taxonomy. So in taxonomy, even SPADI writes the same. Instead of using knowledge, understanding, evaluation, please use specific verbs which represent the cognitive outcome. At least the other two are there. Affective is there, psychomotor is there. Because UGC also says in its OBE document it talks about attitude, skill. What next? Attitude, skill. Leave it. Enable the teachers to design instructional strategies and assessment. We need to have a role in designing. That is there. First one is there. But second one we don't have. Assessment strategies. Most of the time we are compelled to follow what the university system designs. But within that, you think about what flexibility we can bring. When you develop an institutional development plan, institutional academic development plan, there you can decide what should be the CA, structure of CA. You have a continuous assessment, right? How many assessments are there? Some colleges they have every month test. Or test 1, test 2, over. 2 tests and 1 presentation. What is the structure of CA? We call it as internal. 2 internal tests plus attendance, assignment, seminar. 4 is CA, 40 marks. 20, 80 marks extra. Okay. So these 20 marks out of these 5 activities, you give equal weightage? Then? 4 plus 5. But for that 4 marks internal, you have only 1 test or 2 tests? 4 plus
8 marks.
8 marks. So you conduct a test for 4 marks?
No, 40 marks.
40 marks will be reduced to 4 marks. So at least this much only you do, nothing more than that. Nothing more than that. Can every subject follow the same?
No, practicals and the theory.
Practicals? How do we do CA? In CA, in practical you have attendance.
Yes.
According to CBCS, there is no terminal examination. According to CBCS, there is no terminal. According to CBCS, there is no terminal examination for the lab-based courses. It is only CA. Variation. So these are the challenges, and I don't have any solution. Only solution what I can suggest is individual level what can we do. Then students to follow the performance standard that they are following. So the focus need to be, standards need to be criterion based rather comparison. But most of the time our syllabus is or the curriculum is not clarifying what are all the criterion. They just talk about the placement evaluation, democratic and collaborative outcome design, extended learning trajectories. How many of us are allowing our students to profile their learning trajectory? Monday you go to class. ask the student to develop their learning trajectory, to draw a learning trajectory. Whether it is exponentially increasing, exponentially decreasing, or elliptical, you just ask with them. Maybe a PG student, they will never understand. Most of them are not acknowledged with what they are learning. They just learn mechanically, they just complete the syllabus mechanically. You just ask with them what actually you have learned. Most of them. Then you forget about your life skills, soft skill, or all the professional skills and all. You think about the cognitive content, how much they are able to. So, let us try having a flexible assessment system. Rather, okay, you just do it for the sake of your policy, 2 internal tests, 1 seminar, 1 assignment. Go beyond that. Let them have a project, at least 1 in a year, a small field-based project, so that when they come to PG, they will come to know how to select a problem. Otherwise, the teacher need to select a problem and give. Create environment wherein they can come up with the project ideas. Maybe a collaborative project or a group project at least. So that wherein you can have a collaborative discussion how to assess the project, which are all the milestones the students may undergo in order to complete a project, so that at each milestone there can be teacher involvement for the assessment. And curriculum management, the 3 things. Even this is reflected in our UGC guideline, performance abilities in terms of graduate attributes. It is being mentioned. Then content. Do we have the flexibility of selecting the content? Is there any faculty who teaches physics in UG? Okay. The same content she has learned in her UG, same content she is teaching now. 90% almost. There is no change in the content. Especially the content differs only maybe in language. Because there may be some influence in people, they will change the textbooks, that's all. Otherwise, Prithviraj Subramanian optics, then same thing. In most of the subject. Do we have a voice over the content? What content? Even in history, geography. Just for the sake of NEP, we say that 10% it is been improved, that's all. Even the reference books are not changed. And literacy. What kind of literacy? Even this is being reflected in UGC. We need to focus bringing the new generation literacies. Not the 3R and 4R. We need to bring the media literacy, we need to bring the financial literacy, we need to bring the digital literacy, we need to bring the information literacy. And methodology, I am not talking much on that. Basically, these 5 can be tried out. One we are following. Which one? We are following pedagogy. We consider our students as students. Because pedagogy is basically dealing with the school students. Pedagogy has got a connection with the pediatric. So we treat our students as still at the pediatric level, whether it is UG, PG. We need to consider them as adults. At least 3rd year UG and PG, they are adults or they are in the early adulthood. We need to treat them as adults, therefore we can follow and undergo adult learning principles. What is that? What is that? I used to check whenever I get a session, how many of you are adults? Not biologically, not biologically. Recently I was watching a video where one expert was telling, we have a biological age and we have a chronological age. All of us have chronological age, right? I am not asking you the age, don't worry. All of us have the chronological age. And what he is talking, in US there is a system it seems, if you are 35, your internal organs also should have 35. But most of us have if you go and check what he was telling, if you are 35 chronologically, your internal organs may be 45. There is no balance between your biological age and chronological. Leave it that. Are we adults? If you are adults, tell me one of the unique point of an adult that you consider is available or that you consider while designing your instruction in your class. We never consider. What is one of the uniqueness? I was talking almost 1 hour, 15 minutes, 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes I stop. 1 hour, 10 minutes I was talking. How much you are able to receive? How much you are able to receive if you put it in a percentage? Out of the 70 minutes, how much you are able to receive? You are not able to receive anything. Thank you. That is the reality. Why? Why? If that is the reality, I don't have a problem. Why? Because you are showing that you are all adults. What is the uniqueness? Adults are selective. Sir, you talk about OBE, you talk about NEP 2020. I am looking, is there something that I can take? What is in it for me? This year NEP and all will not help me to teach in the college. Tomorrow, day after tomorrow, again I have to follow the same practice. Right? So, are we able to address this in our classroom? The students, are we able to provide according to their selectiveness? Please look into that. Heutagogy is self-regulated learning, or that can be practiced in PG level. Allow the students to regulate their learning, then only we can achieve learn to learn, otherwise we are not going to achieve. Your lifelong learning will never come. How many of us have developed lifelong learning? So life itself is a learning. Right? Life, throughout the life we are learning, but how many of us have the caliber of lifelong learning? No. So if we want to bring the lifelong learning, or we want to bring the learn to learn, please look into heutagogy, pedagogy and self-regulated learning. Pedagogy is peer learning. Pedagogy is peer learning because that's what some of our students, they are very much interested in group study. Right? Your language is not known to me. As a teacher, I don't know your language, I know my friend's language. Are we focusing on that? And this kind of discussion is nowhere in our NEP 2020. It talks about critical thinking, creative thinking, problem solving, decision making, but methodological revamping nowhere reflected. That's why I was suggesting we need an academic document. How will we achieve? So I was telling in morning, critical thinking, how will we develop? UGC document says that multicultural competence. Are we able to develop it in our classroom? Research skill, team building, leadership under the graduate attributes. Are we able to achieve it? Do we have a scope of developing or including these in our curriculum? Do we have an academic exercise to identify this? No. Then how are we going to? If we want to actualize, my humble request is every year in the beginning of the semester, let us have an academic exercise analyzing the curriculum. Sir, what can we do? We are about to follow university, but at least we will have some peace of mind that yes, we have done an analysis. We know that this much percentage can be given for self-learning. This much percentage can be given for group learning. And this particular points of the syllabus need external expertise. NEP talks about cluster of higher education institutions, right? Clustering. So this clustering we can realize by having a network maybe within the district, or maybe within the same management, if we have more institutions, we can have a cluster pool where we can decide, okay, there is an expert, we can have it. So at least that much if we do, our teachers will have a confidence. I know the curriculum. Some of us realize, oh, there is fifth unit remaining. I started from paper, completed 4 units, then at the end only I came to know there is one more. I never gone through the entire syllabus. Or whichever is confident for me, I take only those. Remaining student assignment or presentation. It's very easy. Whatever our teachers were doing, we also follow the same. Because they never question it because of the internal marks. So somewhere I have to play the role of student support. So the dimension is raising the standard, eliminating success quotas. Even now we have 9-point grading. Remove the quotas. Somewhere we say that, especially for the competitive examination, they fix the quota. UGC, NEP, this year we will give only 10%. And we talk about outcome checking. How will you design this 10%? There are other criteria. So, OBE suggests that this is why most of the time OBE is being not accepted. But in India, we never started discussing these kind of things. We just focus only on outcome designing. OBE is a philosophy, a commitment to the student success, increasing access to high level curriculum. Maybe with this I will stop. What actually we need, or what actually OBE focus, what is TQM? Total Quality Management. That itself is a seminar topic. Organizational re-engineering. Let us think of, this could be a challenge, let us think of what kind of re-engineering would happen because of NEP 2020. We have to wait and see, because even today's paper we were reading, AICT, UGC, NCTE, there is a panel formed to club all this. And somewhere 2 years before we were hearing about HERA, right? Higher education. Merging all these together, it never happened. So even we don't know whether this, at least one thing happened, Ministry of Education has come. MHRD changed to Ministry of Education, and some of the other things are getting in place without our knowledge. Now every day either UGC or AICT, they keep on sending the circulars, and some circulars we never check. Therefore we will never understand whether NEP is getting implemented. Systemic changes, how exactly the education system. Now we hear about certificate program, diploma program, degree program, and even now they have told completing 4 years they can go for research. Now what is our existing system? 3 plus 2 eligible for research. Now NEP say that after 4 years you are eligible to research. Now suppose a student is completing 4-year degree here and going to some other research institute, whether they will accept them is a question. Like what we were seeing somewhere, it was came, right? Some bank in the recruitment they have told no need to apply the COVID batch. Similarly, somewhere these recruiters will say that OBE not to come or diploma not to come. These are the students' concerns. For the next 4 years, what happens to the student future is a question. Parents are raising their doubts. Credit transfer, academic backup, there are lots of things. Are they structured? How exactly they are going to fit into the structure? No clear clarity. But for us, we can think of inside the classroom what kind of systemic changes. Corporate excellence. Somewhere we know that OBE is a corporate idea, is an industry idea or the military idea, because even when you read Spaddy, he was clearly suggesting OBE is applicable for skill-based training. For vocational education it's fine. But for academic disciplines, that is where even now NEP suggests multidisciplinary, and somewhere we say that liberal arts. A physics student can take music as another subject, maybe performing arts, another subject. So there are a lot of rearrangement need to be come, but we can think in terms of the corporate excellence, host of other organizational improvement approaches. Having the cluster, sharing the successful ideas, and support each other, then only we can actualize OBE. With a single system, it's not so easy. But as a teacher, I would say we can achieve to our mental satisfaction if we equip ourselves the knowledge about outcome. Because you may given by the course outcomes. I don't know whether MG University syllabus contain course outcome. Do we have program outcome and course outcome? If program, that will be more broader. For a PG, MA English, these are the outcomes. Now Kerala University has worked almost 1 year. Before NEP, they have worked almost 1 year only for outcome. It's not so easy. So what we can do, take those program outcome, and each course faculty can frame course outcomes, which helps to achieve the program outcome. And then from that course outcome, we can develop the course specific outcomes. This can be an exercise that internally the departments can take. You can refer Bloom as well as Crathworth. Both books are available. If not, I will share it. You can just circulate it PDF. You can just read and start framing outcomes. Once we start framing outcome, then we realize how to achieve it. Once we realize how to achieve it and frame the outcome, we will know how to assess it. And all the remaining are not in our hand. In terms of NEP, challenges will be there till 2040. I am not sure that maybe Madam was finishing with a positive note. Even I still finish with a positive note that as far as I am in teaching, I will try my level best not to implement NEP, at least to have the successful learning for my students. That's all we can. Because the other things are not in our hand. Like what Sir was asking, tomorrow is uncertain. Yesterday was past. So we will live for today. Make sure that I have an accountability, I have a responsibility, I have a commitment to my students. So whatever I am talking, whatever I am teaching, they are able to achieve something. So with that, thank you for the patient listening. I know there may be lots of points to be clarified. You can put it maybe in a mail, or you can put it across the coordinator. She will just get to me. I can answer some of the things, but policy implementation related, nothing. But practically, as a teacher, what can we do in order to make our classroom more outcome based, more learner centric? That I can suggest. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions?
Yes. We can have I think 5 minutes. It's 3:25. All are started packing. Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. It's okay.
Yes, you're right.
Actually, I have so much of disagreement with many of your points.
Yeah.
First thing is that, as you said, till now the policy, the policy has been formulated and circulated. Whereas how it's going to be implemented, it's not given. Actually, it's the problem of Kerala government. And Karnataka government already had implemented NEP have studied it and how it should be. They have given a regulation.
I'll talk about that.
Yes. Another thing is that policy is always, we should not, what we say, contradict with policy and regulation. Both are, two things are there. Policy is general outline and regulation is another thing. If we check for the universities in Kerala, each and every universities will have their own regulations.
Sure.
So in NEP also the same thing happens. And another thing is that with related to the OBE, but NEP is saying that actually all the affiliated colleges becomes autonomous colleges. Okay, they will be getting the autonomy. So that I'm from actually an autonomous college. So each and when we develop a curriculum, we will have the opportunity to include students and the alumni and the industrial people and for the experts. Everything is there. So we will have we can easily implement the OB.
We will.
We have.
Yes.
And third thing is that actually traditionally we were thinking in a certain lines. Actually, what's going to happen is that we have to change ourselves. When it comes to the implementation of NEP, first thing is that we have to change, especially it was the teaching learning process was in the line of maybe faculty as well as college level, it was focused on that level. Whereas when it comes to NEP and OBE, it becomes a student-centric. So all the teachers as well as the management and the university have to change for a successful implementation of NEP. That's my
fine. So my reflection to that, the first point is, I was not talking in terms of Kerala scenario. In fact, maybe for your kind of information, NEP implementation has started in terms of different fragmented ways. My point was we don't have a curriculum framework for higher education because see the policy cannot be implemented as such, right? There need to be guidelines how to actualize some of the goals. See for example SDG 4, how to actualize it, we need to have an action plan. So those kind of maybe framework has not yet evolved. Now what happened in Karnataka, every state is going to do that. Karnataka has brought out 25 position papers, right? Even they have not yet come up with the curriculum framework. They come up with the position papers. Maybe 4 states have come up with that. Now the central ministry is doing the reverse. Earlier, they were providing the central position papers based on which the states were allowed to do that. Now this time they are doing the reverse. So some of the other states are in the process of framing the position papers. That doesn't mean that they are the implementation guideline. They are the positions of the state, and now we are waiting. 25 position papers from the center is going to publish, and for the school the curriculum framework is going to publish. But for in higher education, we don't have a framework of that kind. That was my point. You can disagree, I don't know, but I just clarified. Second one, just because of the curriculum and OBE, we cannot make sure, I agree with that. But I cannot assure that your classroom become child-centric. No. Just because of NPE and OBE, no. It depends on what you told in the last, unless and until everybody changes. In our approach, we cannot implement any of these things. 100%. Thank you.
That brings us, I think we don't have any more questions, so...
Questions are there, we are not ready to ask.
So I think we'll wind up the technical sessions. I invite Dr. Srija S., Department of Physics, to propose the vote of thanks.
It's indeed a pleasure for me to thank Dr. Bijun K.
actually Dr. Biju was associating with us for the 14-day e-content development program done by IQAC in association with NG University Stride. And in these days, we were listening many aspects of NEP and different components of NEP. When I heard NEP for the first time, and when I was reading the different opinions from the newspapers and from other sources, somewhere I heard it is breaking the federalism, it is breaking the secularism. And it was no more comments I heard about it. Why you are against NEP? It is breaking federalism, it is making secularism. But in what way it is going to affect us? I never saw such documents discussing about it. But when I attended a conference last week, Saturday and Sunday in Trivandrum, there were many college teachers and they were discussing about their anxieties about our own future and the future of our own institution. One thing we should understand, if our institution has no future, we don't have future. That means if Al-Ameen College or if any other affiliated college is going to end after 5 years because of the new regulations, then we will not be having any positive future. That we should understand. We are at the tip of an iceberg. If we are not realizing this, and if we are not changing ourselves, we will be in this loop. In the morning session also, we listened many of such aspects. Whatever government is going to implement NEP, that is for sure. And there are 3 reports. One report is Higher Education Council report, chaired by Professor Shyam B. Menon. Another report, Examination Reform report by Dr. C.T. Aravinda Kumar, Vice Chancellor of NG University, and another report about the Acts and Amendments. These 3 reports are submitted to Higher Education Council. They are going to implement in the next academic year onwards. But if you ask on what basis, but the system is not ready. Actually, there is no regulations. So many were asking the concerns about all these things. We know the fate of our integrated programs. So definitely, all these will affect us. One thing what Sir suggested, we have to break our own barriers. We have to come forward, and whatever we can do is, we can try to improve ourselves. We should also, what I want to tell is we should improve our own capacity, our own subject knowledge, because without all this we can't face the situation. We are not needed in our class. We know that. In the COVID pandemic era, we know how our students learn themselves. Now also, if I teach in my class and if I give some course notes, sometimes they are not writing that in the answer sheets. So when where did you study this? I used to listen YouTube lectures. So from this point of time, we should understand that we should change ourselves, we should improve ourselves. And Dr. Biju, he presented the topic, actualizing OBE, in a different perspective. Till now we were listening how to implement OBE, what is this mapping, and but this thought that give an insight to how
implement it in an effective way. All the course outcomes or all the program outcomes we may not be able to achieve. Okay, but what is needed? Need-based delivery, need-based curriculum delivery, need-based course delivery. The importance of that is explained by him very much. I really thank you for coming here, for spending your valuable time. Thank you very much on behalf of IQAC and Al-Ameen College. I express a sincere gratitude and love towards you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. We will be starting the valedictory function now. I request all the dignitaries to take their seats on the dais. Our manager, Dr. Junaid sir, he's sitting somewhere behind. I request him to please come on to the stage. Principal Dr. Sini Purian, Biju sir, Dr. Leena Varghese, I know everybody is rushing to go back home. It will help us organize programs much better.
Okay. Well, thank you everyone, and especially my thanks goes to Al-Ameen College, specifically to the principal ma'am, to the manager sir, the coordinators, Dr. Leena, Dr. Shrija, and other faculty members and staff who have, come to me, who have talked with me, and I have also talked with them, and we were just sharing our experiences. So this place where we have come and met so many academicians is very comfortable, especially for me, because this community of academicians, here we try to understand, try to know each other on the basis of our community, our country, our places and everything, our culture, tradition, and at the same time we do not judge each other on these bases. So this is very comfortable space for me. So I'm very thankful to this place, this event, this seminar. I have given my feedback on papers, some technical feedbacks, but a very, very interesting feedback that I have seen other places, and I want that this is for the outsiders especially, that at the end of the seminar, the last day, if you could arrange a tour so that we can, see the place which is very rich culturally, it's very rich, and we can visit 2-3 places, not more than that, and we get to know about places, about that place, that space. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone from my heart, and also the support of the technical people. I don't think the event could be successfully done without the technical support and the other working staff. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vikas, for your nice words. Here we have one more feedback coming up.
Good evening everyone. I am Mevi Miranda from Government First Grade College and Center for PG Studies, Tenkaredi, Udupi, Karnataka. I thank Al-Ameen College for organizing this national seminar, which is a very relevant one, and I liked all the speeches given by the resource persons in all the technical sessions. I came to know a lot about NEP because I had not taken it so seriously, because I was handling the PG section and only in the UG it has been implemented. So I thought, so many years are there, why should I bother? So after listening to all this now, I thank Dr. Leena for inviting me here, and
for all that I came to know now, I can seriously update myself. And I thank the principal and Dr. Leena ma'am and also Shanur ma'am for making all the arrangements for my stay here. It was a very pleasant one. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Mary. Next, we will move on to the release of seminar proceedings. I request our dear manager, Dr. Junaid Rahman sir, to uncover the proceedings and hand it over to Dr. Biju K. It's a moment of great pride. I request the coordinators also to join them on the stage. Srija, please. Rahinas. We have come to the end of the today national seminar. I request Dr. Leena Verghese to say a few words. You may propose the vote of thanks.
Good evening, Modinar. I know that you might be eagerly waiting for the final session, and I know that many of them have taken their bags on their hands. So I'm not here for a lengthy speech, but somehow I have to show my courtesy. So that will be settled in a very few words. So right, first of all, about NEP, like you and me, we were very much anxious about what is going to happen with us. And today, I think in the morning session, Harris sir has already made us made our anxious more because he has already pointed out like what is going to happen about the teaching profession in the near future. Like how the drastic changes are going to happen, and this is actually an eye-opener for each one of us being a teacher, how we should change ourselves or how we should adapt ourselves to the new education policy and the type of education system which we are going to face in the near future. So one word I have to say here is to, like what Srija told, is to make ourselves more self-sufficient in the area of discipline, what we have learned, and not only in our discipline, why? Because now we are in the era of multidisciplinary concept, where NEP has given thrust on interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary. We can find a lot of research projects also. Like now, earlier it was there was a funding agency, that is ICSSR, and that was merely for social sciences research. And last day I have seen that that portal has introduced a new sentence into it, that it is going to fund not only merely the social science projects, but along with other disciplinary, interdisciplinary research proposals are also being invited. So I think there should be a joint venture, and we teachers should always try to accommodate the other disciplines also together with our discipline. So with that, let me move on to my duty. Actually, I was ready for my vote of thanks speech. I don't know what has happened in between. She called me already. Anyhow, we know that as it was already been mentioned, this national seminar has been organized by IQAC, but we know that IQAC cannot function itself alone, or it's not a sole responsibility. I was very fortunate to have a very good set of organizing committee members. I know that the previous day of the national seminar also I was sitting very coolly in my QC room, and because I was like very confident about my committee members that they will do their fullest to make this seminar very fruitful and in a very successful manner, and that is very evidently shown here. The 2-day sessions, I hope that all the participants have had a lot to carry out with you, and actually this is not an end of the sessions. More and more sessions should be conducted by every organizations and institutions to share the informations, to make such platforms for such interactions with the academicians. So thank you all. A special thanks to our beloved manager who has provided the financial as well as all the assistance to us for organizing this seminar, as well as our principal. She was also with us in all from the time of how we have to contact the delegates and all till the valedictory function. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the wholehearted support you always lay towards us, and Vijay sir is also here. Actually, he reached here today early morning 5:40, and I know that he'll be traveling today itself right back. So thank you so much for accepting. Actually, I called within a short notice. So thank you, sir, so much for accepting our invitation and to be with us. Special note of thank and appreciation to all the participants from outside the institution. So thank you, thank you, thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Leena Varghese. So that brings us to the end of the 2-day national seminar. We have arranged a small tea outside, but before we disperse, we'll all pose together for a group photo. So please do stay back.
What did they get back?